Hello, everybody. We will probably start the live stream in just a second, but first I need to take a quick little break. Apologies for that, but I'm gonna be back in 10 minutes. All right, everybody, how you doing? Welcome back to the live stream. Apologies for all the delay. Let me quickly post an announcement that I'm live, and we're gonna get into it. Okay. All right. So we are doing some final touches to the system before the playtest. I spent yesterday mostly working on the playtest level. I did this thing where I just played it with, hot reload and tweaked a lot of things, fixed a few bugs here and there. Let me see. Yeah. And today, during the last live stream, we added a little damage collider that, kills the player. Today, I'd like to make a version of it that works a little bit like walkables, meaning that we can define it as, a portion of the level. So, imagine a curve like that, except it's red and it kills you. Let's see. I also, I changed some visuals. I added this little arrow trail for extraction tunnels, so it's no longer just a line. And I believe there is some problem with rendering of the damage box because it's right here right now, which is not a good thing because it's not visible. So let me just see why. Because I did some refactoring and I'm pretty sure that has to do with that. Damage. So it has the mesh, but it has 0 vertices. So my guess is that it's just going in the wrong direction. If I just switch the direction of the spline. Yeah, here we go. So damage colliders are now, red. They're not just an outline, they're like full color. I added a little animation for the keys. That's like completely unnecessary, but here we go. What else have I done? I fixed dying. That's also something that previously we just despawned the entire player, but it wasn't exactly working because there are certain relations that are maintained between the player and other entities. Like a box, right? Right now I'm holding the box. So what's gonna happen if I die while holding the box? Previously, when we just despawned the player, the box would, fly away because nothing would reset its gravity because, it would think that the player is still holding it. So I made it a little more complex and added a state for the player, which is basically dying. And this now means that instead of dying, right, this is the dead state. The dead state basically like despawns the player. And damage, instead of despawning the player, it just transitions to this dead state. And thanks to that, things like Holdable, right, can simply check like, oh, have we left the holding state? And if so, they do all of the logic necessary to, make the box go back to its normal state. So thanks to this, whatever state we are in, we will exit it and apply all of the exiting behavior. Same goes for something like an anchor, because previously if we were to die while being connected to an anchor, it would still be green in the center. It would think that we are still connected to it. Okay, let me take a look at the chat. What is the editor? It's Visual Studio Code. The animation may be helpful with the analog stick, so it more resembles it. Not sure what was the final form of it. Yeah, there is an animation for an analog stick. Wait, let me connect my controller. Yeah, it looks like this now. I meant the entity inspector in the game. That's Bevy inspector EGUI. It's a crate. It's not necessarily a standalone editor. It's just something that you can use to, build your own editor with EGUI, which is what I've done. Could you at some point explain how you set up your Blender to Bevy processor? I think it is pretty interesting, and I'm planning to set up something similar with the LDTK2D editor. So we will eventually be doing a sprite processor, which is gonna work pretty much the same as the Blender one. So I guess this should like answer your questions, because the idea is like, detect the changes to the ASprite file, use the ASprite command line interface to extract the PNG and the layout JSON, and then save it as a processed asset, right? So this is exactly what I'm doing with Blender. Except with Blender, I'm also like running some systems. But we've done that on the live stream, I believe. I've implemented running systems for the Blender processor during some live stream, but I don't remember which one. Yeah, okay. Is this everything I have to show you? Let me think. Oh yeah, I changed the launchpad behavior a little bit. So now if you're playing on a keyboard, you use your mouse to decide the direction in which you want to go. This is because, with a keyboard you can only have 8 directions, and with a mouse you can have a much larger angle range of angles, and I also shamelessly stole it from Ori and the Will of the Wisp, which has a similar ability, and they also use a mouse on a keyboard. But it doesn't matter because the game is like meant for a gamepad, right? In which case you're using your left joystick to like decide the direction. Right now I'm playing on a gamepad, by the way. And one last thing that I added is a little player spawning, because it was a bit annoying to, replay the whole playtesting level each time I die. So since we don't have any checkpoints just yet, I added a little empty, right? Hold on, let me set it up really quick. I don't have this in this level. Let's make it 24, right? So this is our player. Let's put it like here. And if I just add the spawn boolean property here, there's gonna be the new place where the player gets spawned at the beginning of the game. So maybe let me move this, here at the bottom. Now if I die, I appear here. And I also added a keyboard shortcuts for like setting custom spawn points. So if I press F here, now, resetting the player's position is gonna reset me here. Which is a problem because I don't know, I don't think I can get back up here. Now as I think of it. Yeah, this level is a mess, by the way. The playtesting level is a bit nicer. Okay, we can move this somewhere else. What will be the main recommended input method? VR hand tracking, of course. No, it's a gamepad. It's a gamepad controller. Are you using Box2D or a custom physics engine? Also, how are you rendering those arrow trails? I'm using Rapier as the physics engine, and these are just gizmos in Bevy, because we're doing playtesting. We don't care about visuals right now. Oh, I also added these little circles that shrink when we use the anchor. I don't think I talked about this. We still don't have any visuals for the field though, and that's gonna be like, I think the most difficult thing to convey, because fields can have any shape. I'm afraid we're gonna have to use a shader, use a custom mesh with a shader, I think. Gizmos weren't animating last time. Yeah, I think I mentioned that. Changes in Blender to the game without any compilation, cool. Oh yeah, that's also something that I fixed, by the way. Because we were working on this recently and our fix did not work very well, to say the least. So I did what I had to do and ditched the entire scene loading, and I'm no longer using a dynamic scene. So instead I look for the load with dependencies event for the current scene, and then I manually clear the previous entity map. So everything is like recreated from ground up when the scene changes in Blender, and this works much better. It doesn't crash the game as often, right? Because basically what Bevy does by default, it does the exact same thing, but without this, right? So the entities that's been spawned previously, they remain in the game, and if the ID of the entity changed, so for example something that previously had ID 1 was a walkable, right, which is like parented to something else, and now it's an anchor, they're gonna like override each other, and since this has a parent and it doesn't has a parent, the whole transform hierarchy gets messed up, right? So, you know, instead of trying to maintain it, we just get rid of everything and rewrite the scene, and it works like a charm so far. What is the red bar above the player when using an anchor? Oh, it shouldn't be here. That's just me. That's just me testing the input strength. Hold on, maybe I can find that. It's in the it's in the physics. Yeah, it's just something I do here to see if the mapping here from the joystick axis to the actual velocity works. I also added ×2 in here. Recently we were thinking about this. Hold on, let me start up Krita, because I forgot about that, like I always do. And I'm gonna show you what I've changed here. Generally, I've changed a lot of things. Like, you know, little tweaks to make the game feel hopefully better. The damping in the air is now much bigger, which is a bit more responsive, right? It's still slower than on the ground, but at least you can like change the direction if you're like falling the wrong way, right? Let me see. Yeah, so that was the previous mapping from like the axis to the actual strength, which was meant to, you know, give you maximum speed, even if you're not facing even if you're not facing your joystick perfectly in the direction of the movement, right? It has some dead zone here. And now I added ×2 in this middle part so that it makes more sense because it's connected like this, right? So it's not 0.5 and -0.5, and instead it's a continuous curve that looks like that, which feels a little bit better, I think. I don't know though, we're gonna see. Yeah, okay. So without further ado, suppose we can start with the walkables, or rather the damage version of walkables. But maybe, hold on, let me like commit all of these changes. Result, we don't care about that. The responsiveness impact the angle of wall player sticks to. I don't know what that means, if I'm being honest. Yes, it affects. Okay, I think I know what you mean. It affects the. It affects everything. Whether you are on a wall or like orbiting an anchor. Wherever we like look for the input direction that's like perpendicular to something, it's gonna include that dead zone. Because again, it's really easy to like not be perfect on the perpendicular axis, and then you just lose momentum because of that for no reason. I mean, for a reason, but like I don't think the game should be that unforgivable. Okay, seems like that's all the errors that we have, and what have I changed here? Nothing. Fascinating. Show white space differences. Oh, I reformatted it using tabs, using spaces. Okay. Yeah, all right. All right. Maybe hold on, because I have some ideas for additional things that I need to add. Why can't I edit this? Can I edit this here? Okay. So radius or circle colliders, not colliders, sensors, I guess, because right now we only have area sensors. Circle sensors could be useful. I have some ideas where to use them. Damage walkables. Man, I've been thinking about something else and now I don't remember. See, that's what happens when you don't write everything down immediately. Why don't we move all the magic number to the entry point of the program, like air damping, for example? Isn't it hard to find every time, every little variable? No, it's not. I will eventually do that, but like, I know where things are. Besides, they're like at the bottom of the file, usually. At the top of the file. Like if I go to free run, here you have the speed, base speed, input speed, delta, and gravity, for example. Dude, it's like, it's for playtesting. This doesn't have to be, you know, perfect code that I'm gonna maintain for like years to come or whatever. What was I thinking? I was thinking about the to-do, and I don't remember what I was thinking about the to-do. I remember that I wasn't remembering. Can you attach a walkable to a moving platform? Probably, but I haven't tested that. A global config file might also do the trick and would be hot reloadable, changeable without recompiling. The player controller is hot reloadable without recompiling. So like, I can change these constants at runtime. I mean, the code will still be recompiled, but it's much quicker and the game doesn't restart. Is Bevy VR ready? Of course. It's day one feature. Okay, I guess I'm not gonna remember what I what I wanted to add here. I don't even know what I've done here. There's so many little tweaks that I made during playtesting. Okay. Oh, you mean is Bevy VR ready, as in the engine? Sorry, I thought you're asking about the game. Then I don't know. There are some VR implementations for Bevy, yes. Don't know what ready means though. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay, so the way walkables work right now, I really like the walkable query with the closest, because we're gonna need the exact same logic. And so I'm thinking, what does walkable need? Or what does it need walkable for, I guess the question would be. Oh, for the range. Okay. So we can probably reuse this whole logic, because walkable right now, yeah, that's just a range on the spline. That's perfect, right? And then what we could do is add two tags, one for actual walkables, the other for damage, and like parameterize this, right? So have like a type parameter here. And just have it here, right? Not even here, but rather here as a filter. What does it have to be? Query filter. Right, can I do that? Parameter T may not live long enough. Yeah, because we want you to be static. Right, and so then wherever we use this query, we just pass the you know, with something or whatever filter we want to filter by. Yeah, and that would be it when it comes to walkables. I kind of don't like the name, because now, yeah, we probably need to change it to something else. And also it's in the curves module, so I guess it's a good time as ever to refactor this a little bit. What would be the the new name for that? It's no longer a walkable, it's just a range. It's like a section of the curve. I would just call it a curve segment, I think. A curve range. Range is shorter, I guess. Okay, so you are now curve range plugin. I suppose. Best commit message stuff. Yeah. Okay, Curve points is not necessary anymore. We don't need that. That's in the other module. It's gonna be taken care of over there. Okay, and then we have walkable. And I guess before we move it, we can use LSP to rename it so that we don't have to manually go everywhere and rename it. I guess we're still gonna have to go there and re-import it because I don't know the way to move something out of a module to another module in Visual Studio Code at least. Honest question, I hope it doesn't sound too harsh, but I've been following Astortion development for some time now and I still don't understand what this game is about. Me too. I may make a video about that eventually. But like, I don't see the point in talking about that. I don't know, I make videos about things that I find interesting. And, you know, talking about like, oh, here's my plan for a video game. It's gonna be about this and have that. Like, I hate that sort of things. I rarely talk about things that I want to do. I only talk about things that I've done. That's like already solid. And, you know, explaining what the game is meant to be is like talking about my future plans, which again is not, I know I don't find that interesting. That's not the content that I would watch. And so it's not the content that I make. But what are the unique aspects of it? Will the gameplay be, and so on? Yeah, I mean, see, I'm not advertising this game, right? I'm not trying to sell this to you. Because like, you're asking me to like pitch my game to you, which again, I'm not interested in doing. I'm making this game because like, I like making games. I understand the curiosity, but like, I don't know, I just don't find it interesting. Somebody said that Rust Analyzer supports renaming symbols. The question is, does it support moving symbols to a new module? Because that's what I would like to do. And we tried to find that last time, and we could not. There is refactor. There's like, no refactoring is available. That's awesome. It doesn't. Oh, okay. So many devlog starts with huge plans, empty Unity project, and then a few episodes later, it's cancelled. Yeah, that's true. So I'm sort of, that's why I want to do the playtesting with my patrons before I make the next episode of the devlog, so that I can actually go out there and be like, this is what I've done, this is what the game is gonna be about. Because after the playtest, I'm gonna have a clear vision of like what works and what doesn't, and in which direction I want to go. And then I can like lay out, you know, what I've learned from the playtest. And then maybe I'm gonna talk about where I'm planning to take it from there. Puzzle platformer with wonky physics things. I'm sorry, excuse you. The physics is perfect in this game. We had like no issues with physics at any point in time whatsoever. Okay, anyway, this is gonna be curve range. Okay, and this is gonna be, I guess, spawn range. No, this doesn't matter. This is okay. Wonky, not janky. What is the difference? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. What's the difference between the two? Yes, the Valve approach. Test the game. The game is made for the players. Yeah, that's true. As in you play with it. Okay. Let's assume that I believe you. That this is what wonky means. Oh, wonk is intended and fun. Okay, maybe. Maybe. I'm kidding, of course, like. It is kind of true. The game should feature a zombie apocalypse, or at least a small horde of zombies. I don't know, I don't understand that reference. I'm making up the definition as I ramble. Okay, hold on, I need to focus, okay? I'm gonna focus on refactoring this for a second and not read chat. Just to get things going. Okay, we don't need curve range, we don't need this here anymore. Draw walkable, not important. Range segments can probably also be in the other module. Segments is in range as well. Draw Bezier path, that can stay here. Triangulate can stay here because that's related to curves. It's inside, try that constraint, flatten curve, curve indices. Yeah, walkable parser, get out of here, you're not necessary. A walkable parser system, also not necessary. Find closest length. We can actually move that out of here because now I have separate extensions for Bezier path specifically. So we can just find closest length, and instead of using path here, we can just use our reference to self. I hope it's not the exact same thing as closest distance, because that's gonna be funny. If I have... No, the implementations look different though. Oh, it's length as in the arc length along the curve. Okay, that's different. That is different. I'll give me that. Okay, sample accuracy. Could probably yank this from this because I still have no idea what it does. I mean, I know what it does like intuitively. But I'm not sure what the perfect number for that would be. Because if this is expressed in like real world units, see, that's a problem because that's probably expressed in local space of the curve, right? I guess I'm not really scaling up the curves, so it would end up being the same as the world space distance. And then 0.1 in world space would be like 1/10 of a pixel, not a screen pixel, but the pixel art pixel. The game reminds me of Untitled Magnet Game by GMTK. The puzzle platforming aspects, at least. Yeah, it's called a game genre. It's like, yeah, it is a puzzle platformer. Okay, is this gonna compile? Is that just it? Yeah, we don't need curve range in here. We don't need drawable. None of these parsers are no longer necessary. So what is left here? This is the walkable query. That whole thing is no longer necessary as well. Okay, nice. This should be it. Okay, we can probably, or maybe let me clean this up as well. We don't need the curve points, vector registrations. Draw walkable can stay, curve parser is not necessary anymore. You are now curve range. You are spawn curve range. I wonder if we need this spawning thing, because like I think it could be just one system. We're gonna see, I guess. Yeah, implement curve range. Draw walkable can stay, range segments can stay, the iterator over that, segments in range. Draw bezier path no longer necessary, triangulate no longer necessary, is inside, triad constraint, flatten curve, curve indices. Okay, all we need is the walkable parser system. See, that's what I'm talking about, because all we do is like add spawn walkable and then we query for that here. Which feels like we could do this whole thing immediately in this system. Find closest length and curve parser no longer exists. And that's walkable query. Closest point. Okay. Guess we can add this as a module now. Should be no problems. Where's the library? I had to use a library to turn Bezier curves into points, and it required straightness value, and I derived that 0.3. Where screen scale is good enough. Yeah, but I don't think we're doing this for the same purposes, because I'm flattening a curve to generate the physics collider, you know. So it cannot really vary depending on the screen scale and stuff like that. Okay, walkable is now a curve range. What's the matter here? Draw walkable doesn't want to work anymore. Okay. Probably that's just for that fixed value you had for curves. Yeah, but like, how do you know screen scale at compilation time? That's what I mean, right? Because the screen scale would change if you like change resolution, wouldn't it? I used a fixed value too, but obviously it wasn't great when zoomed in. I see. This is gonna be a curve range. Use draw Bezier path, I guess. Okay, let's get rid of this. Leave only this system. See how it's gonna work out. So instead of querying for with spawn walkable, I'm gonna query for this GLTF extras. And then we're gonna do the skip in here. gonna end up being the exact same thing. Now we don't need this whole component. Okay, and what is your problem? Oh, you're not imported, okay. Yeah, find closest length. Now that can just be path dot closest length local start right here. Okay, this no longer exists. And this is a curve range. This is also a curve range. No, that's not what I wanted to do. What is this shortcut? Or just enter, okay. Curve ranges, curve range, draw curve range, I guess. Okay, that's not, this should stay like this, I think, for now. Yeah, okay. Yes, but we probably want to change the GOTF definition as well. You know what? Maybe the spawn walkable wasn't that bad of an idea. Because then we could have different parsers just attach this spawn component and this would automatically be executed for them. Yeah, let's go back to that. This doesn't need any of that. And that would technically be all we need in this specific module. And then we can just implement walkable separately. Let's add this as a plugin, as always. What is this curve range plugin? Okay, and finally this should probably have a different name. Walkable query. That's not gonna be a curve range query. If I could spell, that would be awesome. Okay, is the name walkable used anywhere here? No, okay, that's perfect. No, let me yank this file and call it walkable. It's gonna be the actual walkable. Okay, we don't have check availability here, we don't need this. Did they remove draw walkable from here like entirely, or have I just changed the name? What is this? Hold on. Yeah, there's a draw curve range. Okay. And we're gonna wanna change the color. I guess we can add a new component. Just call it curve range outline. It's gonna have a color, and then we're just gonna look for it here. Okay, so now walkable should be really easy because we no longer need to draw it. We don't need any of this. We only need the walkable parser, which is gonna check for walkable. Oh, we need to add this to the library as well. Yeah, no, ideally we just need to add the component for drawing the outline, and the outline will be drawn automatically. Oh, I guess I removed a bit too much because we still need the component. Public extract walkable. It's not targetable, doesn't need AABB. All it needs is a walkable. And now we can add spawn curve range. This will automatically make the other system generate the curve range. And then we can add curve range outline with a white color. And that should get us to the exact same place that we were at the beginning of the live stream. Except now we should be able to implement the damage walkable relatively simply, in a relatively simple way. Okay, which one of you has a problem? Walkable is a component. Spawn curve range is a component. So there's a problem here, and curve range outline is also a component. Oh wait, that's a problem, I think. Yeah, okay. Now we can add this to our main file as always. Our walkable plugin. Now we just need to fix all of the errors that we created. Sample accuracy is not necessary here anymore. Walkable query. Okay, so now this is gonna be curve range query, right? And the type is gonna be with walkable. So let me stop these because they don't have to run. GLTF extras gets added to each entity that is parsed from the GLTF file with the corresponding flags set. Yeah, we deserialize the GLTF extras using Saturday JSON. Right, so we just have a deserialized thing here, and then we define all of the Blender properties right here. And this is added to each component during parsing, and then it's not serialized to the actual scene. So once the game runs, it's no longer there. Okay, so there's gonna be, yeah, curve range query with walkable, and that should just work. As it always does. And use the result. What are you talking about? I don't know if it's showing like a error from a different place, or if I'm not understanding this. Unused result, that must be used, but there is no result. Get gives me an option. Saturday default will set it to default value, but I think it will serialize it back. No, because we're using Bevy's reflection. I mean, I can show you. This is what it gets compiled to, right? So you have a component. For example, this is what? This is an anchor, right? And you don't have the GLTF components here anywhere, because they're not even registered in the type registry. So Bevy ignores them. This is only present during parsing, which happens in the asset processor, which is not part of the game. You're not using Saturday to serialize it. No. Resave the file. I just did that, and it it ran cargo check, but it doesn't seem to be fixing it. Interesting, very interesting. Anyway. Let me maybe just run, build. See if cargo check is like making stuff up. Cannot see it, but it's compiling right now. Right. Yeah, so it's compiling just fine. We will need to regenerate all of the compiled things though. So they use all definitions. Okay, so walkable is here. I can walk on it, so that's interesting. Seems to be working just fine. Let me see if we can like modify it maybe. Maybe it's not even gonna crash. Okay. I don't know, Chief, looks good to me. So we can move on to the damage walkables. Let's see. Okay, and now it doesn't show me any errors in Visual Studio Code. It's not even more, it's just generic. Cargo check is not cargo Clippy. It's configurable that IDE uses Clippy. IGTM merge? I don't know. You're speaking in code. I don't know what it means. I guess that means. No, I don't know what IGTM means. So is Clippy better than cargo check? What would be the better thing to use? I don't know, guys. I'm new to Rust. Looks good to me. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Let's get this merged. Okay, so it's an L, it's not an I. I see. Clippy is better than check, but slower, as far as I know. Okay, I see. Okay, let's duplicate walkable and just call it walkable 2. The best sequel. What would that be? Probably damage range, I guess. It's whatever. Though I am thinking, because we already have a damage property, I wonder if we could like use it somehow. How does that work? It will add damage, and it will preemptively add spline mesh, because it assumes that the damage is going to be attached to a spline, but in this case it's not attached to a spline. So I guess we could technically account for that. Update damage. How does it work? It requires a collider. So we could differentiate just based on the type of thing that it's attached to. I think that would be cool. That would be fun. I'm in VR and this controllers tracking is pure junk. Imagine typing with 2 fingers, but the fingers keep sliding off of the side of the keyboard. Yeah, I do not envy you. So I'm trying to type as low as possible. Okay, yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make another system that will only add spline mesh if the damage is attached to a curve. And then we're gonna make another parser that will add not spline mesh, but curve range outline. Man, these names are all over the place. I'm gonna have to like standardize them eventually. Because this is a spline, but then this is a curve. Also, this is another refactoring that I've done. I haven't talked about this. But now we have a bunch of components like spline outline, spline collider, and spline mesh, which dictate what should be generated based on the spline. Because previously it was all like hard-coded, and now we have a nice spline collider, and then we have systems that just automatically update the collider, right? And it can be either a polyline or a convex collider if it needs to be a sensor. And the beauty of it is that then, when we, for example, parse terrain, we just add terrain, add spline mesh, add spline collider polyline, and it just works, right? And then if we go to the field, it does the same thing, but it adds a sensor, it adds a spline outline, and then it adds a spline collider convex. This is weird though. If it adds spline outline, then why isn't it displayed in the game? That's kind of sus. Or maybe it required a regeneration. No, it's still not here. Why don't you have an outline, Mr. Field, wherever you are? I don't think we have names for them. Hold on, let me check in Blender. What are you? Bezier Circle 002, okay. Yeah, that's it. It has a spline collider. Interesting, but it doesn't get the outline for some reason. Could it be? Yeah, I never registered it. Okay. That's cool, that's cool. Let's restart this. So that's why fields are invisible. Oh, I also added one-way colliders. These are cool. So it's like a platform that, you can only pass from one side. Okay, and now if I go to Blender, save this file, yeah, here it is, with a white outline. Yeah, perfect. Okay, but I'm telling you this because I need to go for a little break. So, as always, I'm gonna be back in 6 minutes. Let me just set it up. Yeah, and I'll see you. Okay, we are back. Welcome, I guess. What was I about to do? Oh yeah, this is maybe not necessary. I can remove this file, I think. And we can handle all of this inside of damage. So, we're gonna need 2 more parser systems. 3 more parser systems. It's gonna be damage parser. No, only 2 more damage systems, parser systems. It's gonna be damage parser, then there's gonna be damage curve parser, and then there's gonna be damage curve range parser. And these will actually run in a parse relations. So this schedule runs after all of these schedules have run. So we can be sure that all GLTF variables at that point have been parsed into actual components. Right? So now damage curve parser can simply query for entity, not with GLTF extras, but with damage and with curve points. I'm also thinking, hold on, where does damage get its collider from? Oh, it has an area trigger, okay. And area trigger gives it all of these properties, okay. So I guess we can be a bit more specific and query for area trigger. Right, this could even be something like this. And then this is just width. Right, so we just want to run this for any entity that has both of these components. And we're gonna add this spline mesh in here. So this will only add the damage component, and this will add the spline mesh component. Okay, and then damage curve range parser is gonna do the same, but for curve range. And now instead of adding a spline mesh, we're gonna add a curve range outline with the same color, I guess. It's sort of a reddish kinda color. But we're still missing a piece. That was, I think, of it. Because currently the only thing that adds spawn curve range is a walkable. Yeah, that is a bummer. I guess we will need another Blender property. We're not gonna get around that. Color hex can be a macro and that triggers me. I've been thinking about the exact same thing the other day. So you have to unwrap basically a constant value. Yeah. I completely agree. Is there a color macro in Bevy or? I don't think so. How difficult do you think it would be to write a macro like that? This would be literally this, right? It would just like output this at the end of the macro. Oh wait, the code hex is probably important. No, the code hex is even a constant function, right? That means that you can run it in a macro, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, the curve range would need another Blender component. Is the same but panic on error? I'm not sure what you mean by that. If it can be done at compile time. Oh yeah, I imagine that that's how it would be, right? If it wouldn't be able to parse this, it would just do whatever macros do. I guess they panic, right? To stop the compilation. Curve range, spawn curve range. Okay, you know what? For now, let's just do it here and not care about that. We're gonna add a new parse node in here. Damage curve range parser. And it's gonna be actually similar to this. It's called the damage range, I guess. And it's gonna do damage, spawn, curve range, and curve range outline. Okay. Oh, and then this is also not necessary, at least not for now. So we have separate properties for both of them. So this can just be spawned here immediately. And that's not necessary, okay? Because that's the balance that I've yet to figure out. It's like, how much do I want to define in Blender? Because technically it could be defined using two properties, right? So there would be like another property here called something like, you know, just curve range, and this would only spawn the curve range component, and then I would need to do both curve range and walkable here, and then in the damage curve, it would be curve range and damage, right? But with the current setup, I just have like one property for this and another property for the other thing. which I think is a bit better, but I guess as complexity grows, it's not gonna be practical. Anyway, let's duplicate this. Where do we want to put it? I don't know where would be fun to put something like that. Doesn't really matter. I guess here, right? I'm gonna reparent this and move it here like that. Oop. Can move it here, I guess. Can move the pressure plate somewhere else, and we can add a little extraction tunnel going like this, just so that we can circumvent this. Just for fun. Macros emit a compilation error, compile error. It seems that you can slice strings in const. So you can make it a constant function. Panic and asserts in const function will be compilation errors. Yeah, like we don't even need to make it a constant function because it's already a constant function, right? The code hex. Oh, you mean, wait, what did you say? It seems you can slice strings. Does that count as slicing? Taking it as bytes? I wonder. Oh, but yeah, that's also constant. Yeah, so this whole thing could be a macro. Maybe I'm gonna try to do it just for fun, because I never wrote a macro. This could be an interesting challenge. Okay, so it's white. Why is it white? Doesn't make sense. Oh wait, I didn't edit the actual properties. You, sir, are not a walkable anymore. You are a damage range. Then have to close the game for that. Okay, it is red. And it doesn't kill me. Why? Because we did not code that behavior. But it's there, okay? It's here. Also, one thing that I would like to do in the future is make it so that walkables don't have to be parented to the corresponding terrain, and instead use like a data property to refer to that, right? Because it's a bit annoying having to reparent them every single time, and then, you know, they get parented to what's considered the first handle of the spline. So like here, if I were to modify this, right, this whole thing is gonna move, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, anyway. Wanted to check walkable 05. Has a damage component. Perfect. Taking a substring. I see. But I like this implementation, right? It seems elegant. It's like a little match statement, and depending on the length of the curve of the string, does different things. It is, I wonder, because it seems like such a natural thing to add. I wonder if there's a reason why it's not in Bevy. If they had some like actual, you know, big brain arguments as to why not to add something like that. Okay, anyway, we need to make this work now, so that should be relatively straightforward. update player damage is happening here. That's taking damage, and that's updated by our damage system right here. Yeah, so I guess we can just update damage range. We don't need rapier for that. I guess for now we can only make this happen for the player and not be generic, because this one adds taking damage to like whatever component falls onto it. But since finding the closest point on a curve may not be the most performant thing to do, I'm just gonna do it for the player. So let me actually go back to free run and seal the logic so I don't have to think. These are tunnels, these are closest walkables, and we're just using transform translation. Okay, with distance of 20. Sounds reasonable. So we just need a transform with the player tag. Just let okay transform is equal to player get single, else we don't care about this whole thing. And so let some closest is gonna be equal to damage ranges that closest transform translation. Otherwise we also don't care. Yeah, so this is gonna be damage ranges, and that's gonna be curve range query with damage. What's the matter here? Oh, I can't type. That's the problem. This method takes 2 arguments. What's the other one? Oh, distance. Okay, we're gonna make it 17 for the sake of it right now. Because the, no, 13. Because the player is like 12 units in radius. No, we're also gonna need the player entity, I suppose. I guess we can just do is sum, because we don't really care about anything else. Like that, okay. And then this is gonna be fixed first as well. Color and Bevy is very new, no one got around to it, needed it yet, question mark. Presumably, maybe. I don't know. I'm new to Bevy as well, so like, to me, color has been here since day one. Look at this. I die. Horrible death. Oh, this is gonna be so fun. I already in playtesting, in the playtesting level, there's like a challenge section where you have to go through like a corridor where walls are, you know, deadly. And it was a bit annoying to structure without this functionality, but now I'm gonna recreate it using this. It's gonna be so fun. Okay. Let me maybe see what's gonna happen if I like, how close can I walk up into it? Because Rangers do this thing where they use the normal to sort of figure out how far away you are from the edges, right? So if you have like a walkable, there's an awfully huge brush. I don't know why. Yeah, if like the walkable ends here and you are like standing here, right? It's gonna find this as the closest point, and then it's gonna take the normal of the curve, which is, you know, perpendicular to the curve itself, and then it's gonna take the vector towards you, and there is some like tiny discrepancy that can happen allowed. So ideally we should just like be able to you know, walk close but not too close. I'm gonna use my gamepad because I can move slower. Yeah, okay, that sounds good. Also, I don't know if this is my gamepad or if this is something with Bevy handling joysticks, because like it's really easy for me to like simulate a drift. Like right now I'm not touching my joystick and the characters are going to the right. And I don't know if it's just my controller or maybe video games like account for that, and they have like a little dead zone to make sure that you're not doing this, right? Wait, now I can't do this. Oh, like this. I guess that's what I'll have to do. I'm gonna have to add a little dead zone for the joystick. See, this time I'm gonna actually save it here. Check controller settings in Windows to check if it's off center. And yeah, dead zones. Controller settings in Windows? How do you open that, brother? I'm not a gamer. I don't know how to do these things. Is it like an Xbox app or is it something else? Open an issue for Hex macro and Bevy. JoyCPL also is like a standalone app. I'm gonna take a look at this in my free time, because, you know, I don't wanna install things on stream. That never ends well. Okay, but that would be it when it comes to damage ranges. There they go. Oh, .cpl is a control panel page. Oh, okay, I see. It's built in Windows. Okay. Hold on. Gonna check this out. Stay with me. This is a technical break. I'm still here. Joy.cpl. Okay. Okay. Now what? Is it properties or advanced? Select the device you want to use with all their programs. Properties. Is that it? Double click. Double click opens properties. Okay. I love how small it is. So which joystick is this? Yeah, it is a drift. I can like see, I can make it stack. You cannot see that. There's no way you can see that. This is so small. I was part of the team that made the new color system for Bevy. I can't remember which function exactly, but one of the methods in hex wasn't constant, which prevented the whole function from being so. Oh, I see. A macro wasn't considered because we couldn't do a scode macro color hex. Yeah, okay, so we can do that, you know, locally in my project. If that was the main problem, I can see that being a concern, not having scopes for macros. Can I somehow make it so that it displays the values though? That would be really nice. I can see visually that the crosshair is, you know, doesn't center. Yeah, no, we're gonna need a dead zone. Point of view hat. Could do hex color. I'm pretty sure they thought about this thoroughly, you know. I'm pretty sure somebody like thought about this, like, hey, what if we we just like name it color hex or hex color? And there probably was a reason. I'm pretty sure we can find this on GitHub. I can see it, it's not center, you need a dead zone, and it's hardware dependent, so it should be configurable by the player eventually. Yeah, that makes sense, makes complete sense. Definitely could do hex color, just wasn't a priority. We ideally wanted constructors that could take any CSS color string, but it was a lot of work for a very niche feature. Okay, somebody opened an issue for a macro, so we'll see how it goes. Can I amend this? Thank you very much. Also, why am I keeping all of this? That's also not necessary. What would that be? I don't even know. It's just a build. Okay. So I kind of want to try it. I kind of want to try to write a macro like this, but I have no idea how to write macros. So bear with me. Add to git ignore. Oh, that's a good idea. Hold on. Was it, what is it? Rust C ICE. Okay. Would that work? Is that git ignore? Macro rules, macro to write macros. Should do, yeah, but I want to check it. Hold on. Can I copy relative path, I guess. Let's make a new file like this. Yeah, it is ignored. Awesome. We can amend you, I guess. You can't access string internals from a macro rules though. It's a single token string literal. Okay, so we cannot use macro rules to define a macro like that, if I'm understanding you correctly. The macro refers to a family of features in Rust: declarative macros with macro rules, and 3 kinds of procedural macros: custom-derived macros, attribute-like macros that define custom attributes usable on any item, function-like macros that look like function calls but operate on the token specified as their argument. On the tokens. You can do a proc macro. What's the difference? What's the goal right now? Nothing, actually. We're just making... I'm looking into making a macro that parses a hex value into a color to see if it's possible, and also to kind of learn how to make macros. Don't use a string, my macro, with the hex value. Proc macro gives you the token string that you can parse however you'd like, and macro rules is more like a templating matching thing. A rabbit hole, that's the difference. For references, you could check out the hex literal crate. This crate provides the hex macro for converting hexadecimal string literals to a byte array at compile time. It accepts the following characters in the input string. Okay, how complex do you think the source code of this is? That's utils though. Hold on. Hex literal. It's just one file. So it uses a hex macro rules. So as bytes is a constant function, right? So we can call it here. We convert that literal into an array of bytes. So that seems doable. So my understanding is that when this macro is resolved, this will be the code, right? Like this thing. And then it's gonna do the thing using like as bytes and get the length and decode it and return the result. And because it's constant, the compiler is gonna make it happen at compilation time. Is that how constant functions work? Constant evaluation is the process of computing the result of expressions during compilation. Only a subset of all expressions can be evaluated at compile time. Following expressions are constant expressions as long as any operands are also constant expressions and do not cause any drop calls to be run. Block expressions. Yeah, color is like 99% constant. That's true, that's true. We look at this actually, right? In the hex, as bytes is constant. And the code hex is also constant. I guess strip prefix may not be constant, but it doesn't matter because we don't need to add the prefix, right? Okay, so create is gonna, okay, so this is just gonna call the length function here, right? Do you think we can just like yank this code and nobody's gonna be the wiser? Surely. But I'm also thinking like, couldn't we do what one of you proposed, which is just like not taking a string but take a number literal? Wouldn't it be easier to like operate on a number literal? Also, they have the bytes here. So couldn't we do, once we have the bytes, couldn't we do just like a match statement over them? Are match statements not constant expressions? Check license. Yeah, that's a good point. There is no license. Oh no, here it is. License MIT. So we are legally allowed to steal this. As an aside RGB badge, try using Ocal CH for color instead. I don't think it matters that much unless you're like interpolating colors. Kind of want to do it. I wonder, can we like, I know that it's possible because I did this once out of curiosity. You can like resolve macros, right? See what the generated output would be once you have a macro. At least there's like a cargo tool for that. Okay, but I know what I'm gonna do, right? Look at this. I'm stealing this because here's my idea. We'll see how stupid it is. This is gonna be our macro. And here, for now at least, because that's gonna make it like 10 times easier, I'm just gonna assume that it's always 6. Oh wait, no, we still need the code. Also, it seems that hex macro accepts multiple string literals, so that's why it does repetitions. Yeah, it definitely has a more advanced parser here, not just the CSS kind of hex. Okay, let's just seal this, I guess. Like, all of it. I think we need these comments here in the documentation. Attributes. Is macro export necessary? What does it do? Is it like only if you're releasing the crate somewhere? Okay, and now let's go here. So credit where credit is due, even though it's not gonna be released anywhere. Okay, so now we just need to, instead of returning the response, which is gonna be a constant array, we just want to construct the color here, right? Macro export is public for macros, okay. Output color hex for unwrap from the macro. That could be like a to-do, right? And like fix it later. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Okay. Don't mind me, can I? Okay. And then you, sir. We need you. Just getting the path to that. Wait, what's the issue here? Expected color found an empty tuple. Hold on. There is a function that takes the array, right? I'm pretty sure. RGB from array, RGBA from array. That has to be F32, and our current macro generates what? U8s. Where am I? Is there no function that like takes UAs anywhere? Oh, there's the code hex, and we could use that, right? No, we cannot. Hold on, what does it do? Converts hex bytes to an array of RGBA components. I don't think you need to overcomplicate it. Start simple, treat it as a search and replace for now and complexity later. Or have I forgotten how macros work? Yeah, but I want to do it. Like, I know what you're saying. We can just replace it with hex and have the hex just do the same thing that it was doing before. But I don't know, I'm curious as to how I would do that. Okay, I guess we can use this, right? RGBA U8. And just pass individual components. You probably want sRGBA, RGB U8. You're thinking about a recent change that's not yet released, I think. Because the split to like sRGB and stuff like that is on main, but I don't think it's in 0.13 yet. Colors and enum hiding concrete types for sRGB. Wait, is it? Hold on. I don't think it is. Is it? Also, wait, this is not constant. So that's a bummer. Yeah, it's still RGBA. Like I said, on Bevy switched to like calling it sRGBA, but it's not yet released. Okay, so that's a bummer. We can parse it, but we cannot really do that at constant time. Constant F32 operations aren't a thing. Ooh. So that's a deal breaker, isn't it? Yeah, because we operate on F32. Yeah, so I don't think we need this because we're only gonna be using one string literal. And I guess we need to admit defeat and just do this. Right? get rid of all of this for now. Maybe one day I'll come back to this. Once I feel brave enough. Eventually we're probably gonna wanna store the palette in like a custom resource, not even a resource, a custom asset, so we can just play around with it at runtime instead of, you know, having this hard-coded in the code. I mean, it would still be hard-coded because we would probably make it an embedded asset, but, you know, it would be a separate asset nonetheless. Let's see. Let's pause the game, remove all of this. Yeah, it seems to be working just fine. Okay, so we have our little macro that does basically nothing. But it's gonna be handy. This is actually good. Because there are some changes to the color, right? In the next Bevy release. I remember because I tried to use a local version of Bevy, but then I noticed that I wouldn't be able to use external crates that depend on Bevy because I couldn't find a way to force Cargo to ignore semantic versioning. Maybe there is a way to do that, but I failed, so I gave up. But I remember that I had to change a lot of color creation because it was in like a different crate and stuff like that. But now since it's a hex, we don't need to worry. We can just update this later. Wait, I just realized I was looking at the wrong things. Yeah, it doesn't work. No, it does work. Okay, this is red, as you can see. I just thought it would be still here, but it's not. It's no longer here. Okay. These are DevTools. I'm gonna leave it here because DevTools don't depend on the common crate, so they don't have access to these types. Okay, it compiles. No warnings. Okay, that was fun, but it's time for another break. So you know the drill. Gonna be back in 6 minutes. Okay. So now it is time for, oh, we've done this. Checkpoints. No, not checkpoints, excuse me. Some rewards for exploration. This is what I want to focus on. Welcome back. Hello. I once wrote a macro that basically killed Rust Analyzer since it generated a lot of code. It generated types for OBS WebSocket from docs.json. That sounds crazy. I remember seeing a macro for parsing the asprite files. Like it let you use like a path to the asprite file, and it would process it and like output the layout information within, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, needless to say, seems like you can do crazy things with it. So rewards for exploration. If some of you have not been here during the last live stream, we need a way to sort of, you know, have people to give the playtesters a goal in the playtesting level, because initially I wanted it to be linear, but I failed, and it is now branching, which means that there's a few different paths to explore, and we sort of need to make them come together as something that encourages you to explore everything, right? So my idea is to have a few special like things that you need to collect at the end of each like branch of the world, and then once you have all of that, some like final door open and you finish the playtest. That would be the idea, right? Because not to like spoil the level, but we get rid of all of this. It's no longer necessary. But the current, can I draw? The current playtesting level sort of looks like this, right? It starts somewhere here. Then you can go like here. There is one way going like this. Another one like this. This joins here, I think. And then there is like another path around here. Something like this, right? More or less. I think there's also like a little thing here. Right, so we want to make sure that this whole thing needs to be explored in order to finish. Hold on, because I made myself a cup of tea. So just making them is pretty easy, right? It's just something that you walk into and you automatically collect that. But there are some questions, like what happens when you die? Should we reset them? Should it be like, oh, you collect them once and then you have them? Apologies for the tea searing sounds. So I guess since there is no saving, we don't really need to worry about them that much. But I do think we want to make them, oh, you pick them up once and then they are collected forever. even if you die. Yeah, and then we need to make it persist between level reloads so that I can experiment with Blender and not have to collect all of them every single time I change a minor thing. Man, I keep forgetting that it's now using a mouse on the keyboard. I'm so used to using my arrow keys. Okay, so that should be pretty quick. Let's add a sphere, because the sphere looks kind of cool. No save progress at the checkpoint. Yeah, but there's nothing to be saved. So like, there are gonna be checkpoints, but the way they work is that like you enter an area and it says the despawn point in that area, and that's it, right? Because there's no other information in the game right now. Die, reset state as it was when checkpoint flag was touched, but you don't affect any state in the game. No tripping? I don't know what that means. Game isn't fun if your character doesn't fall. Like on a rock. Collecting the things. Yeah, but collecting the things will be saved. I don't think, once you reach the thing and you collect it, I don't think dying should like reset that. Because the thing is gonna be next to a checkpoint, like always. You reach the thing to pick it up, and you at the same time you say you get a checkpoint. Right now, because again, this is playtest, right? The main goal of this playtest is to test the platforming abilities that we've implemented over the past few weeks. You know, it's not meant to be a complete game, right? Stumble like on a rock. I don't think I've ever seen a 2D platformer when you can do that. So this is gonna be, it should be pretty straightforward. That's just gonna be boolean collectible. That's it. Let's just steal some. I guess walkable could be the best file to steal if I could find it. Here it is. Oh, let's add this to the library as always. And then let's add this to the main file as a plugin. Okay, and now let's declare it in our GLTF file. So now for collectibles, because we will need some ID for them, and I think we can just use the name for now, right? So this could just be, you know, I don't know. I actually don't know. Let's call it an orb, okay? This is an orb that we can collect. So then our collectible would have a name, and that would be a string, I guess. String slice. And then here we just query for the name component. Orb is bonus. I don't know. I don't understand. What do you mean by that? Oh, hold on. This would have to be static, right? Is it better to use like a static string slice or just a string here? Because it will be deserialized from a file afterwards. That's from Baba Is You game. Oh, I see. I haven't played this. If I can allow myself to be a bit vulnerable with you. I've never played this game. I probably should, now as I think of it. Rule to make orb object a collectible bonus. I see, I see. I'm gonna use a string here, because I guess Saturday uses string when deserializing, right? I don't know if it makes sense. Because it will have to be copied from the file. There is no other way around that, like memory-wise, right? When deserialization happens, it's not gonna reference this specific location in the RON file, right? That's not possible. I mean, it would be possible, but I'm pretty sure that Bevy disposes of the file at some point. So just wants to clone this, I guess. Or maybe not. Oh wait, because that's the whole component. How do I retrieve the string inside? Yeah. Can I access the name? Oh, I guess I can do as string. It's gonna be the string slice, and then I need to. Can I just into? Yeah. Use a reference counting string if you want to clone it cheaply. But I don't. Because this is gonna run at compilation time in the processor, the asset processor. So the whole point is just to get this string here and like serialize it using Bevy. I don't think Bevy would serialize a reference counted string slice. Then whatever. Yeah, it's whatever. This can be, you know, slow and awful and error prone. As long as it gets the job done. Okay. It's gonna give us our collectible. Maybe instead of using a string though, maybe we could just like hash the name into some integer or something like that. We'll see. Because we'll be using it for hashing, right? For like a hash map. Because now we're gonna need a collectible. I don't know how to call that. Collectible what? It's a collectible store, I guess. There's gonna be a hash map of string to booleans, I guess. So we want them to be unique. Compilation can allocate as much memory as it wants, though. Well, not as much as it wants, but you know. Like the borrow checker would not allow you to do that. If you wanted, if you wanted to like reuse the string from the name to put it into collectible, I don't think that would be possible because we don't know how long the name is gonna live. Excuse me. I mean it's gonna live as a collectible component because they are in the same world, and I know that, but I don't think the borrow checker knows that, and I don't think there's a way to tell it that. Because name already uses copy on write, right? So we could technically just reference it. Out of curiosity, a query is a reference that is only valid in the function body. Yeah, I don't have the knowledge of how to do it without copying the string. You can clone name. Has a clone derive. Okay, but it's just gonna clone the copy on write string, right? Okay. Then what type am I storing here? Because I don't see how it's gonna prolong the lifetime. of that string reference. Name or static cow. But I cannot retrieve the cow from the name because it's private, and the only getter that we have is a string that somehow magically makes it into a string size. Argument requires that name is borrowed for static lifetime. Yeah, so it needs collectible to be static, from my understanding. Yeah, because bundle has to be static. Where does add parser system come from? It's a custom asset processor thingy for Blender. These systems are run on a separate world that's imported from Blender and then serialized back as like a normal Bevy scene. And then at runtime, we just deserialize that Bevy scene. We don't touch the Blender file. So this is run, during compilation, quote unquote during compilation, alongside building the game. But it's not actually run in the game. Yeah, no, I don't think it's possible. If anybody has any ideas on how to make this work, I'm open for suggestions, but for now, we're just gonna copy this. Can't you just store a name in collectible? No, because the name is still there. I mean, I can, but it's a silly thing to do. Right, because now when we run this is gonna be like serialized as name inside of it. It is a bummer that we can't just get this. Then just do a string and don't think about it too hard, unless you can define a custom getter for serialization. Well, but you were the one asking about this. What do you mean don't think about it too hard? You were the one who were like, compilation can allocate as much memory as it wants, lol. I thought this was like sarcasm, and you were like, You shouldn't do that. That's how I interpreted that chat message. There is hash for name though. So that would be cool, I think, because then we could make the hash map also use name. Right, this would technically prevent copying strings, I think, like at all. I mean, if it needs to, it can. I'm gonna stick with the name for now, see where it goes. Or you can hash the name at compilation and store the hash in collectible. You know what I just realized? We don't need to store the name in collectible, because the name component is already present on this entity. Like the name is already gonna be stored in that entity. So we can just query for it whenever we need it, instead of doing all of this. Instead of trying to like store the same data into different components. Okay, anyway, collectible store. There we go. We will need a spawn collectible because colliders and rapier are not serializable, at least not yet. So let's just query, get some mutable commands in here as well. And query for entity with added collectible. And then we're just gonna insert a collider. Can I import you here? It's gonna be a ball, I guess. So we're gonna need a new one for you. And we only want you to collide with a player. It's the only thing we care about. Wait, what? Mismatched types? Oh, okay. We don't want to return this. Okay, so that's just gonna be a normal update system. And now, okay, hold on. Maybe this is the first time ever when we'll actually use Rapier's collision events. Maybe. Bevy plugin. Event handlers are used to define, are user-defined callbacks used to be notified when two colliders start stop touching. Ooh, wait, so it's gonna attach a component? Oh, no, wait, never mind. It's just configuration of what collision events he wants to happen. Okay. In order to enable a collision event for a pair of colliders, at least one of the involved colliders must have the corresponding event set as active. An event is activated for a collider by setting its corresponding active events bit to 1. What? What does it mean? So is this like something on the collider? If I like query over the collider, let me quickly check this. Is this where the bits are? No, I don't see anything like that. I think he just wants to add that to the player, yeah? Yeah, I know, but I'm wondering how this is gonna configure the events. Enables the collision events involving the collider. But how to read those events? Because it says the active events of a collider can be set when the collider is created or after its creation. Yeah, but what is this? An event is activated for a collider by setting its corresponding... Oh, okay, I misread this sentence. Okay, so this is only about activation. Collision and contact force events. Okay, so it's just an event reader. Okay. Okay, but how, technically speaking, is it really better than doing what we do in pressure plate? Which is just iterating over the intersection parse with entity? Because it's not like it computes the intersection pairs, right? This is filled in from during the narrow phase, isn't it? Yeah, it's narrow phase, intersection pairs with graph indices, get collider 0. Yeah, it looks like it's just querying the result of the narrow phase and not actually performing any collision detection. So I feel like this is a much better approach, right? Like for what we're trying to do. If we're just trying to have a system that runs when something got hit. Just gonna stick with it for now, though I'm open for suggestions if anybody thinks that, you know, events are better. Because like, I don't know, just intuitively speaking, it doesn't seem better, because then what if you have more events on more objects? then every single system needs to iterate over every single events and only filter out those that interest it. Unless it's still faster than querying the narrow phase result. Anyway, who cares? It's just a playtest. If the player is the only object with active events for collisions, then you'll probably only have a handful of events to sift through every second. Yeah, but like, is it, you know, is it gonna be faster than this? So I think it would be faster, but I doubt it matters. Okay, we're gonna need a not spawn, what is this? Sensor for sure. So how would we do that? Active events, collision events on the player. Let's see. Wait, but collision events... Each collision event is given optional flags. When two colliders stop touching, by default no collision events is generated by the narrow phase. Okay, but this is stop touching, and I'm interested in sensor intersection. I don't know if this would... I don't know if this is gonna count. Although at the same point there is a flag that's present if one of them is a sensor, so I guess that's true. Okay. Collision events. And then in update collectible, for now, let's just... The big reason to use collision events is just a conceptual one. A collision event makes sense for this. But if you have a method that already works, use that. Consistency is greater than perfection. Yeah, but you know, if consistency means doing the very same thing that you've done, you know, the first time over and over again, I don't think it's always gonna be better, because then you can, you know, get stuck doing the worst thing possible just because that was the first thing that you randomly decided to do. Yeah, I want to do it just for the sake of knowing how to do that. What is it gonna be? It's gonna be collision event, event reader, collision event. Just add our good old print line. What do we have on yourself? What values? Oh, you're on enum. Events will need to be mutable. Yeah, that's true. What is the third thing? Collision events flags. Oh, that's gonna tell me if this is a sensor. Okay. I guess we can get them too. Okay, update pressure plate. Not necessary. Update collectibles. Guess for now I'm gonna run that in update, though it should probably be done at fixed update, because that's gonna just aggregate a bunch of events. I don't think it matters though, not for that purpose. Is it gonna compile? Make sure that I didn't misspell anything. Okay. What are you? Oh, it's a circle collider. Okay, I was like, why is this being rendered as a circle? That's okay. It's a collider. It is a sensor. And it is a collectible. And it's 28 V2. Oh, okay. I died to my own creation. That's awesome. There is some collision event going on, but that seems to be the pressure plate. And I think it's the player's collision flags being messed up. Give me a second. Yeah, it's gonna need physics group. Collectible. GG. Oh. Yeah, not yet. Not quite yet. Now, let's see. If I can not die. We really need to make the pressure plate renderable. But yeah, it works, it seems. The text entering. GG take two. Yeah, that this time for real. So how would we do that? Now we're gonna need a query. To get the name with collectible. Now that's gonna be what? It's gonna be okay. Name is equal to. It's actually an if statement. Query get collider A or else query get collider B, because we don't know which collider is which. Probably want to let collision instead of a match. Yeah, I know. Not yet though, hold on. Because what if I want the collision ended events? I don't know why I would like that, but there should be like a reformatting option. A quick fix to turn this into an if statement. I'm like 90% sure Rust Rover would have something like that. Not to shill for JetBrains, but I try. By the way, I tried using Rust Rover recently because somebody told me that the setting up debugging is easier, and I was okay. I'm gonna try this out. But the problem is that the theme is awful. The default theme for like Rust looks awful because like 60% of the things are not highlighted. Like everything is gray. But another person was like, oh, I'm using a different theme because of that. So I tried to find like a different theme that works, and I just couldn't. Because I don't know, nothing looked good to me. I even tried installing like the Visual Studio Code theme for JetBrains, and I'm just But this is true, like if you change the theme, it highlights more things, which is crazy in my opinion. That like the default dark theme doesn't highlight all of the different tokens. I think Clippy will tell you to do it. Yeah, but I'm not running Clippy, I think. I'm only running cargo check. There's already a quick fix like that. So maybe I'm just running an older version or something. Cargo Clippy fix. Yeah, but that's gonna run Cargo Clippy on like every file, right? What's wrong with or else? Hold on. What is your problem? Closure is expected to take one argument. What is that one argument? What are you? Query entity error, okay. Here we can actually do if flags and collision event flags sensor, right? Right or wrong? Hold on. Oh my god, I got lost. No implementation for collision event flags. What do you mean? How do I compare them then? This is bit flags though, it should be possible, right? Does it have a has flag or something? Not has. There is, hold on, there is a union. So this has to be something like that, right? Contains, I guess. Why can't I use an ampersand though? If this was C++, okay, not to complain. Okay, you, sir, are a resource, I think. And probably a default one at that. No implicit type conversion for you. And if we'll take a bool and you will like it, ampersand, it's a bit, and that returns the thing it was used on. I don't think it can return a bool. What do you mean? The operator overloading doesn't let you define the return type of the operation? Oh my god, I hate YouTube soft ignore messages. Sorry for that. You can copy paste the message on Twitch. We're gonna see it. You can do operator overloading and choose the return type. Yeah, so like what stops us from using an ampersand on two integers, returning a boolean? I guess that wouldn't make sense if you want to make a new mask. I'll give you that. What do we need here? A mutable resource of our store. Rust analyzer, check on save command clippy. Get ready for many a warns, or do it off stream. Can paste in Discord if you prefer. Yeah, but somebody told that clippy is slower. I need a Rust project constantly being open to test things. I look into clippy, but like you said, off stream. I know I tried to use it because somebody told me that it can fix unused imports, and I couldn't get it to work. So I gave up. You know what? I'm silly. That doesn't have to be a hash map. Why is nobody correcting me? That can just be a hash set. Okay, and now technically if we clone the name, since it's a cow, it's gonna not copy the string, right? Hold on. I love how a hash set is just a map with like a nothing being stored in it. That's fun. I'll stick it in Discord as a reminder. Sure thing. Thanks for that. You can set output type for bit end. See, that's interesting. Okay, and we also need some commands here because we need to despawn this whole thing. Entity. Oh, it's not gonna be as easy. We need to figure out which entity it is. We can make this work. There's gonna be name, there's gonna be entity, and this is gonna be name. And then this is gonna be map. It is annoying having to like dereference all of this. Hold on, can I just move it into the pattern matching like this? No, I cannot. Why is it? So expression has type Bevy rapier pipeline collision event, expected entity found a reference. Doesn't tell me much about why isn't it possible. It's just not, I guess. Put the ampersand before the pattern. Ooh. You're right, because flags are just, what are you? Why can't I go there? Oh, okay. This is just U32, so we can just, okay. Like this. Awesome, thank you for that. And then we just respawn the entity, okay. No, we just respawn it. We respawn it, we despawn it. Hold on, despawn recursive. Okay. It's a reference because it's receiving a reference to a pattern matched type. Yeah, but I think you could like dereference a reference, right? Like I thought that would be like, you know, if you have like an event and this is a collision event, you can do like entity dereference event collider A. I cannot do that because, you know, it's an enum, but imagine that it's just like one variant of that enum, right? I thought that this would do this basically. See, I could change this to a let if, but then that if has to go somewhere else. That's a bummer. It will only dereference the outermost pattern, because the ref is a trait, so we can do wacky stuff. Let me go to my UI implementation, because I did something silly. And by silly, I mean I changed the resources to display assets because I was testing something. I need to add like tabs or something here. Hello? Why can't I uncomment this whole thing? What is the shortcut for uncommenting things? I swear it would be Control/, but I guess not. Also, this whole file is cursed, by the way. I don't know if I told you that before, because there is so much nesting, and I don't know if this is something with like Rust formatter, but it doesn't format this automatically for me. Like here, this should be indented, right? But it doesn't indent this thing. Like it ignores this whole function. If I go here, I'm pretty sure it's gonna fix it. Yeah, it fixes it, right? But everything in this file, Rust in this function, Rust is just like, no, whatever. I'm not formatting this. Like if I do this, for example, it's just not gonna change it. I'm pressing my reformatting shortcut. Is it inside the macro? No. That's the best part. It's just a bunch of closures or lambdas or whatever you call them. You went too deep. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it just doesn't enjoy that much nesting. Anyway, I wanted to change that so that we can, you know, inspect the values and see if we're actually collecting things. And we can probably move this somewhere here to make it easier. I've seen the same in my EGUI app. Yeah. So it has to be either EGUI or just the amount of nesting, right, going on. Okay, if I walk into this, never mind, forget about it. We need to register this collectible store as a type. We reflect this, and then I'm pretty sure we also need to reflect this, right? Because otherwise it's not gonna be inspectable. Can we now inspect this? No, we cannot. And why is that? Tell me I registered the plugin. Tell me it's not that silly of a problem. No, I did. Okay, never mind. It is registered. We registered the type, collectible store, hash set name, initialize the resource. Maybe it's something with editor, with Bevy inspector EGUI, or maybe it requires reflection information about the resource itself. Let's try that. Here it is. Register type hash set name. Yeah, I did that here. So I guess it doesn't, I guess hash set doesn't have like a default inspector in Bevy GUI. That is weird though. I cannot make this any smaller, by the way. It is weird. Let's try something silly. See, because maybe a hash map does have it. Maybe they just did this for a hash map. Vector might. Vector for sure does, because I have types with vector. But like you would expect that they would have that, right? That's why I just want to test it. Yeah, see? They just don't have it for a hash set. Which should be pretty easy to implement, but it's just a hash map without a value, right? Editor coding is back, I guess. No, I don't think it is. Because there's a difference between debugging using an inspector and making an editor. I guess I should have made it clear in the video. Okay, now if we enter this, it should first of all disappear and second of all, yeah, be added here. Just like that. So now the only problem is that if I, you know, make a change here, this is gonna reappear. And for the sake of testing, it would be cool if it remained destroyed. So that should be pretty straightforward. And spawn collectibles. We're just gonna get our store. Also take a look at the name. And now if our store collectibles, is it has or contains key name, else we do this. A really primitive saving system. Oh, that was weird. Have you seen that? It didn't register the first collision. Let me check that again. Okay, that's weird. Anyway, now if we like move it somewhere else or whatever, it reappears. Ooh, why is that? Not only does it reappears in a different position. In like the previous spot. Is that not our orb? No, it is. Chat obscuring, I think. No, there's nothing interesting here. I'm not looking at this. I'm just looking at the position of it, right? Because look, it's on the right of the terminal, but the terminal is here. Oh, that's the orb. I'm moving the terminal. I'm stupid. Well, then never mind. It still shouldn't respawn. Yeah, now it moves. Okay. How come we have two different entries here? Like the name is changing. And now it works. Oh, that's bizarre. Interesting. Interesting. What was the first name? Oh, so let me change something really quick, because I hate that that the editor is being opened using tab, because I constantly switch to it by a mistake. What is a backquote? What is this? What is this character next to one on the keyboard? It's a backtick, right? Thank you for for sending that exact character. But what's the name for it? Would it be a backquote? I think so. Yeah, it is. Tick or quote either works. No, but I'm not naming things. I need to know how it's referred to in the key code enum from Bevy. You know? You delete everything and read as part of hot reloading. So it's a new entity. Yeah, but we're using the name, which is the name from Blender, which in Blender name is the unique identifier of an object. Two names cannot repeat in Blender. That's why I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, let's try this again. I'm gonna move it a little further. And it's gone. Okay. Well, I don't like that. Did the string got corrupted in the process? Name is equal, hash isn't. Yeah, but what would cause that? I know that the hash was different because we could see it in the... We could see it here. It was different, right? The hash. But it just calls hash on the name itself. Well, I guess it doesn't matter that much. That code is not important in the playtest itself, because it's only for hot reloading the scene. Hash field, not hash implementation. Yeah, but it's only used for equating. Same thing. No, it's not the same thing. What are you talking about? The implementation for hash is different, right? It uses the name. And then partial equal uses the cached hash for some reason. Unless the hash set is using partial equal instead of hashing. Or maybe it uses both. What does it require for k to be? Still, the thing is, it's not serializable, right? Oh wait, that's Platus. That's the wrong file. Orb is here. Oh, it does store the hash. Oh, that's weird. Hash to find equal, partial equal to check if that's the exact thing. Yeah, that would make sense. So something must have happened when storing it, I guess. Okay. I don't know if it happens again. We're gonna take a look into that. Let me try reproduce this. See if it's gonna happen. Collectible store. How could this even happen? Oh, here we go. Two different hashes. Okay, so now if I go to this file 5656, yeah, so this is the recent hash and this is a different hash. Huh. What if the hash is, what if that this would be it? The hash is somehow related to the current process. So it's not stable between reruns of the program, and that's why when we rerun the game and regenerate this scene, it has a different hash for the same string. That would be my running idea. Can be update hash is using a hasher. Depends on the hasher. Very possible that it has an R&D element. But it recreates the hasher each time, so it's not like... Oh, what is this? The random state? Provides a hasher factory. This is typically used by HashMap to create a hashers in order to hash the keys of the map. There are multiple constructors, each is documented in more details below, with fixed keys. Internal used by default. Okay, I think we can deduce from the name of it that it may be random between reruns of the program. Exactly what I was looking for. You're the only one using Rust. Welcome, Ratsi. Welcome to the stream. Yes, but I'm also new to Rust, so like you need to keep your expectations really low because I've been learning it for like 1.5 months. So I started today. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, so yeah, let's just assume that the hash is random. And now, so the final question here is, won't be serialized. There's a comment here, which lies to me, because it does get serialized. Not rusted enough yet. See, Bevy core Saturday module. Get random is always randomizer. Yeah, so I think that explains it. So I guess this comment only refers to Saturday and not, well, I didn't want to do that, and not to the reflection serializer, I guess. Despite the fact that it also uses Saturday. Okay, I guess, you know, the universe wanted it to be this way. We're just gonna copy that string and not use name. Right? I don't think there's any other way to do that. Unless we hash them at compilation time. Using a hasher that's like stable between reruns. Because we really don't care about this value. It doesn't have to be like human readable. Good night. Have a good night too. Keep it simple, use a string. Yeah, I think so. I think so too. So really all we need to do is just use a string here and, you know, not care about anything else. Might be nice for debugging to see what the actual value is when saved. True, true. That's why we're just gonna use a string here. And I'm pretty sure it's gonna... No, it's not gonna. Just gonna do this, right? Is there a better way to do that, by the way? A hash map of strings? It's already unique because blender names. Yes, yes, that's true. Where else do we access this? Contains key. Where are my errors? Why is it? Oh, here they are. Okay. So contains key shouldn't require cloning the string, right? Can I just... What if I do into? Like here? And a reference? Type annotations necessary? Hold on. Type must be known at this point. Okay. It's a bit in the weeds, but a box string is more appropriate. A box string as the key for the hash map. Am I understanding you correctly? Yes, because it's immutable. I see. I'm really gonna have to learn about the types of strings in Rust. Okay, but let's just check this. Implementation, collectible store. Here we go. We have our orb. And we change it. It changes. It does not spawn. It's perfect. And we only store the orb and nothing else. Doesn't need heap memory. I guess that's what that means. No, box is a reference to some memory stored on a heap, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. No, because here's the deal, right? We do need to copy the string because the hash map needs its own copy of the string because it's gonna have to compare when we retrieve the keys, right? So there's no practical way of making it reuse the same string as is being stored here. At least not without being able to access the underlying cow string in the name. Box string is same as string, just without access capacity and is immutable. String and box string are basically identical, except you're allowed to modify string. Arc string is better for clone immutable. Hey, this works. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it like this for now, to not overcomplicate it. I will eventually, I say it on every single stream, but I will read the Rust book at some point, which will hopefully enlighten me about, 17 different types of strings in Rust. If it needs optimizations, no, it's not the time. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we can give them some cute little icons, I guess. Let me open a sprite. Welcome, guys. We're doing a little pause from Rust to draw some pixel art orbs, I guess. So I'm trying to think about the playtest level, because there's definitely a few orbs that I have in mind, because they sort of correspond to like the trials that you need to get through. Like there's one for jump pads or launch pads that you get at the end. So it would be cool if they like reflected that. I don't know how many we're gonna need. Also, what is the size of this? What are you? 16 by 16. I think it's a bit too big, but let's try just making something. See how big would something like this be. Look up use arc instead of vec by Logan Smith for a great overview of the various Rust smart pointer types. It uses string as a case study. Unless it is a new video by Logan Smith, I've already seen it because I've seen every single one of his videos. But it's been a while, so it was before I started learning Rust, mostly for like, you know, entertainment, I guess. But yeah, I know that channel. I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to that channel. And I will need to go there for a refresher. Collectibles. 10 months ago. Yes, I probably saw it. I remember definitely the one about returning an option with a reference instead of returning a reference to an option. He has a cool video about why the absence of constructors in Rust is a really good thing compared to like C++. I remember that one. Enjoy that as well. Okay, so this is 64 by 64 and each grid is 16. Let's go. What have we done? What did we do last time? Input hints, yeah. Just yank this over here. So this is 4 by 4 and these are 16 instead. And we don't want the spatial bundle to like overwrite our other transforms, so we just do this. Okay, and index is gonna be 0 for now. I keep pressing the tab button now instead of the backtick. It's gonna take me a while to get used to it. Okay, let's remove that. Put it like here so I don't collect it by mistake. Okay. So I think it can be bigger a little bit. Just visually speaking. Change the bind back. Yeah, I don't like it. I actually enjoyed when it continuously switched, you know, by mistake. Yeah, I think something like that would be cool, right? Not necessarily looking like that, but this size. And I keep trying to save it. This is why we need the Sprite preprocessor, because that would make my life so much easier. Just being able to save the Sprite file and not having to, you know, re-export it. I'm also gonna wanna probably change how launchpads look like, right? Because right now they're just a circle. I think I'm gonna keep anchors as a circle because this makes sense. And then hooks and launchpads would have a different shape. With like launchpads maybe being a triangle and hooks being a diamond. So yeah, let's turn this into a triangle. Is this a triangle? I don't know, man. Sprite is honestly the best. Yeah, that is true. No, I don't want to save. I want to export. Instead of zooming in and out, you can have a preview section at the bottom right. I know that. I actually know that. But I'm just way too used to that. So I do it in every single software. I know that I shouldn't. It's generally not the best way to make art in general. You shouldn't be zooming in and out constantly. What if I try to tilt this triangle? Is this something? This is nothing. Can I generate a triangle shape? Is this something that I can do? I don't think so. A blob. This is the new Patreon logo. Just dropped right here on the stream. This was meant to be a surprise. I actually partnered with Patreon to do that. If the game has a sci-fi theme, how about a little Boris atom model? But that's atom, and we are dealing with gravity. Your logo as the collectible. Charcoal from Minecraft, that's true. Circle with a couple orbiting circles. Yeah, I know what you mean by the Bohr model. But I want this, again, since they are gonna be related to the gameplay elements, I want this one to be for launchpads, which will eventually be a triangle. They are circled now, but inside they are a triangle. And that's the end goal, right? I do kind of like it, okay? I am almost there. I can see it. I just need to, you know, I just need to make it. Call it a Higgs or something. Yeah, I cannot do that because that's my biggest pet peeve in like sci-fi, when they like take terminology from science and use it in a way that doesn't make sense in the context. So I would never, couldn't be me. Need to manipulate the correct pixels. Yeah, this is it. Like I'm getting at it. It's almost what I want. I don't know about the color or about anything else. This is also like the first time I draw live. So I don't know what I'm doing. We may need to like give them a different color eventually. I don't even know what commentary I should be adding here. My head is like empty. Delta run save point. Happy little pixels. Yeah. Nether star. I hate that it's not symmetrical though. That's the problem. It should be like thicker right here. Hold on, let me switch them places so we can see this one in the game. I cannot, I keep pressing Control S instead of Control Alt Shift S. Texas anime. Your main character is so thin. Where is the huge, in comparison, collectible gonna get stored? Assuming this is still the collectible. In the interdimensional pocket. Silly question. Everybody knows that. I guess this is cool. Control Shift S. Yeah, it's actually pretty common for exporting in software. It's the same in like Affinity Designer, for example. It's not the same in Blender. I know, because they don't have a shortcut for exporting, which is a criminal offense in my opinion. Binds aren't changeable. They probably are. It's the question, you know, are the binds more changeable than I am lazy? It depends. Okay, so this is gonna be a hook. This is gonna be a launchpad. This is gonna be an anchor. Anchor. If I could learn how to pronounce that word one day. Should have picked something different. Something that doesn't have a vowel that I don't know how to pronounce. Export in GIMP is Control E. Yeah, it is different, and you know, I'm not saying that this is like universal. I'm just saying that this is not the only software that I know of. But that's true. Let's make it smaller a little bit. Yeah, like that. That's perfect. Love this. It's gonna be our little circle. What else? That's not circle enough, is it? See, because I figured I want to have a square, and then I realized that this is practically a square. Let's make it like this. Should be perfect. This is a circle. A bit bigger than I thought it would be. Yeah, whatever. In my experience, Control-Shift-S is save as, not export. Just that for some software, saving as another format is exporting. Yeah, but here is Control-Alt-Shift-S. Control-Shift-S is save as. God save us all. Just make it a square like this and not care about anything. Yeah, it's perfect. That's gonna be a force field. And I feel like these 4 would be enough. Done, ship it, okay. Okay. So now we're probably gonna wanna, just for the sake of it. I guess I can. I guess I can just map the name to the corresponding index. I don't think we need to do anything else. And just do orb and, you know, stuff like that. So it's not gonna be an orb anymore. There's gonna be anchor orb. How about that? Yeah, there's gonna be 1. I guess we can panic if it's not present. First one is a field, second one is a hook, fourth one, this is the third one by the way, fourth one is launch. Now when we spawn the collectible, we're just gonna go here and access this collectible. Oh no, we don't have to. We collectible parse, resolve index. And what is the name? Name as string. Totally unrelated, have you given much thought to your audio yet? There's an excellent plugin for Fun DSP in Bevy, which is amazing for real-time audio generation effects. I don't know what it is. I don't know what Fun DSP is. My current plan would be to use F mode. Mainly because that's what they use in Celeste. that's my only reason. But I look into that, if that's like is it like an open source alternative or something? I wonder when it's better to decide to either use an enum or a string for that. We need to use strings because that's how we get values from Blender, right? There is no way to... There's no way to encode enum. Or maybe we could look into that actually. Let's restart the task. Because even if it was to be an enum, it would still be a string property in Blender because there is no way to define like an enum property in Blender, right? That's what I'm getting at. Ooh, it crashed. It panicked because there is no correct name for this orb. You know, I'm starting to think that maybe this should not be a panic. Let's add them all in one line. This is gonna be a field orb. This is gonna be a launch orb. This is gonna be a what? Launch field hook. Okay, so okay, that's the wrong indices. That's gonna be 0. That's gonna be what? 4, right? Yeah, that's gonna be 4, that's gonna be 8, that's gonna be 12. Indices go from like, you know, row first and then column. FunDSP is a pure Rust audio library for synthesizing sound, so you'd use CPOL as your audio backend and FunDSP as a generator for sounds. Not sure how that stack compares to Fmode though. I am not sure as well. But the thing is, I do want to work on music with somebody else. And Fmode Studio, you know, seems like it would be a good way to do that. Because then that person can work in Fmode Studio. And I can work in Rust, right? Okay, here we have them, all of the collectibles. I do not like the square, it stands out weirdly. Looks like it's not. What if we rotate it? LeMail, get rotated. Okay, that matches it a bit better, I think. Yeah, I like them. They will have a different color eventually. But for now, they exist. And we can probably even try to pick them up. If I can, I don't think I can get enough momentum to get to them. They're out of my reach. Yeah. It feels almost like collecting coins or something in a video game. Okay. So I will take a quick little break. I will be back to do some more stuff. Presumably now we want to make it so that the doors that open when we have all of the collectibles. We're gonna see how we can do that. Yeah, and that would be probably the last thing today. But for now, I will see you in 6 minutes. I'm back. I'm a bit excited because I got a stupid idea and I want to try it out. Give each one its own number of particles from 1 to 4. Might look cool. Wait. This one has 3. Wait, this could have 2. And then this one would have 4. And you would have 1. Be something like this. So you have 1, 2, this could be bigger, like this. This could look good, yeah, agree. Okay, so let's see. And then I have a proposal. And by proposal, I have a stupid thing that I want to do. And we're going to try it out. I don't like this circle one, though. What about this? Is this something? It's waving. Look at it. It's like a little hand. I think it has to be 1. Yeah, it has to be like this. So, okay, hear me out. I want to add something like this. Add name bundle, maybe, right? Here, we're passing the type of a bundle. Here, we're giving a name, something like this. And this will register this in the Blender parser, and the Blender parser will automatically include this bundle for this name. Because this would reduce the amount of like boilerplate that we need to write everywhere a lot. We will still need some custom properties for specific things, but there's a lot of times where like I just want to add something for a specific object. And having this would be really good. Because then if our collectible would have like an integer, right? Then we could just like do this and be like, oh, this is the first one, right? And then this is the second one, and this is the third one. And it would all be declared in here. I think this would be, even if we wouldn't use it in like a long term, this would really quickly let us like do custom things. Because oftentimes you just really want a position of something with like a little flag. And I have a lot of things like that. For example, the spawn. Can I open it? Spawn. No, that's not scene spawner. It's probably in the player. Like a, spawn parser, right? Oh, that one inserts a resource. Okay, that's a bad example. But there are things that only attach a flag and nothing else. Could you make a trait for your Blender bundles which gives the name? We could even make it... Okay, how complex do you want it to be? That is true, we could have a trait. What if this trait just receives the name and it can like do pattern matching on that name? Right? Because then we could in Blender we could just have like we have here, launch 01, launch 02, launch 03, and the bundle would just check, oh, does it start with launch before the dot? And all of them would get the same bundle. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, and then we wouldn't have to, like you say, we wouldn't have to pass the string into the registration. Yeah, this is something. We have the ingredients. Now we need to cook this. Okay, but before, let me maybe undo these changes and just commit them, just in case we do some unforgivable mistakes here. Okay, let's save this, let's save that. See any mistakes? No, it doesn't seem so. To do. Some rewires for explanation. That's done. Okay, do we want to store it in a resource on the world? Probably. It's gonna make it much easier to work with the borrow checker. So this is a name entity map. my mind keeps like making it more and more complex in my head, because like, what if we use Bevy's reflection and then a derive macro, so we can just have a derive macro where we pass the name and it just implements the trait, and then we don't need to implement the trait, we don't need to register the trait separately, we just register it in the type registry and we can find it in the type registry because of the type registration. Because regardless, I need to learn how to actually store types the way Bevy does. Derive macros are crazy, by the way. Yeah, I'd guess so much. I'd guess that much about them. They're basically a whole new executable that is run by Rust at compile time. Oh, so it has to be a separate crate, right? As any proc macro. Yeah, so it's like you said before, right? Ved underscore s, it has to be in a different crate. Yeah. Okay, so for now, let me just figure out how we would even store this. Small steps, small steps. What would be the most like similar thing in Bevy for this? Wait, I guess something like register type, right? So this is uptype registry, which is just a type registry. Or just call me Ved, okay. Nice to meet you. Okay. Type registration. Would that be enough to spawn a bundle? right? I guess that's the #1 question. What do we need to spawn a bundle? What's really crazy about proc macros is that they can have global state, so macros can keep global IDs and so on. Oh, that's interesting. I will be definitely looking into them because I have a really stupid idea for a dialog system that's generated at compile time. And I was thinking about macros for some time. Okay, so let's say we are here and I just want to spawn a bundle. Yeah, this requires an actual bundle. I remember, oh no, but it's like you can get entity by ID, you can get component by ID, right? But you cannot, I don't think you can spawn them using an ID. What do you return? The world mutable. See, yeah, there's contains ID, contains type ID. Get by ID, get mutable by ID. Insert bundle. Insert by ID. Oh, would you look at that? Inserts a dynamic component into the entity. This will override any previous values. You should prefer to use the typed API where possible. Yeah, but it's not possible here. Component ID must be from the same world as entity world mutable. Owning pointer must be a valid reference to the type represented by component ID. Okay, but that's an individual component, that's not a bundle. Or is it? Actually, hold on. Value which uniquely identifies the type of a component. The type of a component of resource within a world. Is it a component or a resource? Must be from the same world, no references to other dimensions. LOL. Keep world stable. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Distinction between component ID and type ID may seem superficial. Breaking them into two separate but related concepts allows components to exist outside of Rust type system. Each Rust type registered as a component will have a corresponding component ID, but additional component IDs may exist in a world to track components which cannot be represented as Rust types for scripting or other advanced use cases. They're given a type T which implements component. Okay, so it is for components, it is not for bundles. Doesn't seem. Yeah, it's either component ID or resource ID. Is there anything else? Insert by IDs. Ooh, inserts a dynamic bundle into the entity. This will overwrite any previous values. Yeah, okay. Okay. If possible, pass a sorted slice of component IDs to maximize caching potential. So my question is, would this invoke bundles from world trait? Is that, wait, hold on, is from world something that bundles can implement, or am I making it up? Create an instance from the type. This trait is implemented for using data from the supplied world. It can be helpful for complex initialization of context-aware defaults. Well, that doesn't tell me much. Oh, this is the only reference here. Man, I don't remember. I remember reading about this somewhere. You can get the components of a bundle. So you would first split your bundle into dynamic components and insert them by ID. I'm aware that you can do that. But yeah, my question is now, if we can, first of all, if bundles can implement from world, and if so, that would be not supported, right? If we just split it into component IDs. No, I don't think this is for resources. Right? And then if you pass an init resource, if you pass a type to init resource and this type implements from world, that's gonna be used to initialize the resource. More Bevy GameDev. That's true. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that from world is not for bundles because I have a feeling that it's not. I cannot imagine how it would work since inserting a bundle requires a value and not a type. If possible, pass a sorted slice of component IDs. Okay, so now the question is, how can I get the component IDs of a bundle? And we're golden. I guess like this, but it's... What does it return? It doesn't return anything. Get this bundle's component IDs. Oh, it gets a function, okay. Oh, what is a dynamic bundle? The parts from bundle that don't require statically knowing the components of the bundle. Also, this is an unsafe trait, by the way, I just realized. Taking a step back for a minute, why do you need dynamic insertion for a bundle right now? Because we want to be able to do something like that, right? Add parser, bundle, pass the type in here, and then have it so that whatever this type is, whatever bundle it is going to be inserted to the entities during parsing. So it doesn't happen right now. Calling add parser bundle is not gonna. It's not gonna do anything. So you have the static type, so you don't need dynamic insertion. I do, because I need to store it for later. Right? Like I think I know what you're referring to. Because if we have the type here and there is an implementation, I could do like world, spawn whatever and use this as a type. But I'm not doing it immediately. What you can do is create a callback function to store which internally saves the type statically. It's a pattern we've had to use before. So that makes sense. No, it doesn't actually. Create a callback function to store which internally saves the type statically. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, that's true what you're saying, but I have maybe a little bit better idea, which is just register the system. Right? Because if we could have like a parser bundle system, and that system would take a generic type, then we could just like immediately register that system in this function, and that would store the generic type. Hold on, let me just quickly try to type this out. This would be like our normal query with like, entity, a reference to the GLTF. Not even to the GLTF, to the name component. For entity name, then I guess there would be a public trait like parser bundle. Right, something like this. And now this is our bundle and our parser bundle. And I guess this could be like that, right? Yeah, and then we're gonna just insert the bundle. I guess you also require a default. We don't return this. Okay. Is that it? Is it like, if this is just like 10 lines of code, it's gonna be crazy. If you loop through all named entities for all possible parser bundles. That's true, but it's gonna do it at compilation time, so we don't care, right? I mean, wait, what do you mean by that? We need to get to the bottom of it. I think that this is like the most optimal that you can do. You cannot reduce the number of loops, right? If it's at compile time, who cares? Yeah, no, but you need to test every single name against every single type of bundle. There's no other way around that. Or am I missing something? I guess you can do like an early out and assume that if one name matches, then you can stop searching. You have one system which has a resource of closures. Yeah, but then you would still need to iterate over every single name, and then inside of that loop, you would need to iterate over every single closure. Like the complexity is the same. Get closure from hash map, insert. But it's not a hash map. I want to be able, because we talked about this, I want to be able to say like, oh, I only care about a name that like starts with something, like a launch. And then I don't care about the rest, the .001 here. I guess if we could assume that we always just take the first part and not the dot, we could do what you're talking about. Is name Bevy's name component? Yep. What you're saying is right. Like if we had a hash map of closures inserting the bundles, we could look into it. Yeah, for now, you know, whatever. We can optimize it later. So we only need mutable self here, and the B needs to be our parser bundle. I'm surprised by how simple it was to implement. If it just works, that's gonna be crazy. Okay, so let's try this for the collectible, I guess. Let's see. Collectible parser does exactly this. It just inserts a collectible. Something broke with my keyboard shortcuts. I cannot comment a line. Hold on, what is the shortcut for opening keyboard shortcuts? Add line comment. Toggle line comment. Yeah, control and slash. So what happened? So this is not necessary here. I don't know, but it doesn't work, which I'm not a huge fan of. Yeah, so we're not gonna add the collectible parser, and instead we're gonna add just for the sake of testing collectible. Now we're gonna implement parser bundle for collectible. We're gonna return name ends with orb. Okay, what's the problem? Oh, there's no default. Okay, now just get rid of all of this. See if it works. Okay, I don't think it does. Field orb is right here, and it has, hold on, it has nothing. Okay, so where's the problem? The name does end with orb, doesn't it? Yeah. Interesting. Let's try debugging this. I don't know if my debugger is gonna actually catch this, because the processor is running in a separate thread, isn't it? It doesn't seem to be running. But there's also this breaking point warning, no executable code for the debugger target found. Add parser system. Oh my god, yeah. You're so right. Let's see. It's nothing here, and then here they are in all of their glory. Okay, so now what if, hear me out, we make this, what's the syntax for it? Constant unsigned int, right? And then we're gonna implement it like this. And then we can move all of this here. Const name type. Oh, thank you. And then in matches, we're gonna do a match on E, and maybe they're gonna let us do it. So that's just gonna be for now 0 like this. Can I do that? Is this can I cast this to a string or something? Or maybe just do this? I don't know if it's possible. Instead of giving the name to matches, is there a larger set of data you could provide, GLTF extras? Could use it to get the values of the bundle from Blender 2. Let me reread this. Instead of giving the name to matches, is there a larger set of data you could provide, GLTF extras? Could use it to get the values of the bundle from Blender 2. Probably, because GLTF extras are not a part of the bundle. Hold on, let me check. The saver, yeah, has a generic type parameter for that. I want to finish this first, because yeah, we could technically do that, but then the question becomes like, is it really less verbose than just writing the parser system? I guess it kinda is. Okay, so here we just want to name equals this. So 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, we cannot do that. We can't use this because we're not gonna be able to query over that. right? There is no way to like make this any. It's a different type ID. Okay. So that's not gonna work. The implementation can stay though. Because like, to sort of, have you tried turning it off and on again, slash joke? Every time. Always. The default is missing. To go back to the GLTF extras, like the problem is that the more flexible we want it to make, the more it's just gonna become a parser system. Right? It's like the best case scenario is just gonna be a parser system without the for loop. Right? In terms of like the complexity code-wise, without like this and this. Because then you can be like, oh, what if I also want, you know, some other component here? So maybe we should parameterize the entire query, so that we can take not only GLTF extras, but like whatever we want to take from the world and stuff like that. So here I really want to just optimize this one specific thing of like, I have the specific name in Blender and I want to turn this into a bundle. And I still don't like this. I feel like this is still a bit too verbose. I don't think there's any way to make it shorter though. Because how this would work if we wanted to do this for GLTF, right? This would be like parser bundle for this, and then matches would take like the extras. And since we want to convert them, this would need to like return self, right? This would need to return like an option of self. Because if the whole point of like using the values inside of extras to generate the bundle, if that's the whole point, we need to be able to return the value. Right? And then the rest becomes like the inner for loop. It's like if extras contain the value, otherwise, you know, return the collectible. Make it a collectible ID and add convertible ID as string, collectible ID as string. Not possible currently because we rely on the default trait to spawn the bundles. Right here. Right, so I wouldn't have a way to insert the value and make it different. No, I'm mostly happy with this. So this would be like extras what? Extras collectible, right? Is that what we're doing here? Yeah, collectible. This is GLTF extras. Just implement collectible itself so that it actually works correctly. Yeah, and this would be like some collectible, and else it would be a none. Yeah. So my point is that like it's it's really not that less verbose than this, right? But I do kind of like the idea of a hash map. Because with a hash map, we wouldn't need a custom trait, right? We could just say like, oh, I want this to be, you know, collectible, whatever. Orb, anchor orb. So I think the idea with storing, what was that? Not lambdas, closures. I don't remember the name for them in Rust. But yeah, storing functions that will apply the bundle would be like the best idea here. If what I want to achieve is just a really simple name to bundle translation, no complex logic. If we have complex logic, then we have systems for that. Closures, thank you. Okay, so let's try that. Add parser bundle. This is just a bundle and default now. Our function, if it's a pure function pointer, it's not gonna be pure. It's gonna mutate the commands, I believe. If that's what you mean by pure. No, pure as in the closure doesn't capture anything. Oh, I see. In that way. I mean, it technically captures the generic type. Although I'm not sure if that counts. What is this? Parser bundles. That's not data. It just will be a different function pointer. Actually, funnily enough, if you were to go back in time in this crate, I initially used function pointers for that. Before I used worlds and before I used systems, I was registering like parser functions. Okay, what do we want it to have? Whatever this returns, right? What's the name? What's the name for this? Entity commands. The generic type only exists at compile time, so a closure like commands insert will be a function pointer. Okay. Okay. This is not necessary. Yeah, that's it. That's all we need. Entity commands. Okay, and your resource with a default value. Parser bundle system is no longer generic, and we're gonna add it only once when the world is created. If I can do that. We need this. Let's see. Schedules, and then we get the mutable schedule, which we could probably just get from this immediately. Do you want to consume this? Yeah, so we need to do it first, right? Okay, so this is gonna run only once. And now bundles is gonna be our resource with parser bundles. And then if let some bundle factory, I don't know, is equal to bundles get name as string. Do I need to do this? I mean, what Java names? No, shut up. It is a factory. It's a function that creates something. Bundle creator. Here you go. No more Java names. I need to go do stuff. See you. See you too. Thanks for tuning in and helping. Okay, what is the problem here? Cannot mutate immutable variable. Oh, okay. Okay, so now we check if the name has a registered bundle creator, and if so, we create it. Okay, and what's your problem? Oh, we have a different signature. Okay, and we're no longer adding a parser. Instead, we're gonna try to get this resource like this. All right. Instead of getting schedules though, we're gonna wanna get the bundle parser bundles. Function a method that creates bundles is the way to go. Truly the only valid name. Bundles dot what? 0 insert, right? I'm just gonna insert the name, the reference to the name, no, the name, and then we need to define the closure, right? Can I just do it like this? Just make more functions, it's gotta work at some point. Exactly. If the function has more than 3 lines, it needs to be splitted. I left for a tiny bit. What are you currently working on? Silly stuff. Doing some shortcuts for our Blender parser so that we can rudimentary assign bundles to specific names in Blender. Right, so the goal is to be able to say like, oh, see this field orb? If there's a object in Blender called field orb, we want to assign it a specific bundle in Bevy and do that, you know, automatically and as short as possible, generally speaking. Okay, so what's the problem? Mismatch types. Expected mutable app found in nothing. Yeah, gonna need to return self. Like this. Okay. And you don't want to return anything. Okay, so this is gonna add this function to our hash map that, you know, registers this bundle, and then the system will just see if this name is contained here. This should make it much simpler, ideally. Right, and we no longer need to implement parser bundle, so that's a good thing. For tuple structs in Bevy, you can derive the ref mutable to avoid the 0. I know that. Thank you for suggestions. I am aware of this, but the reason why I didn't do that here, at least here was my thought process, right? Is because I don't make this like publicly available. Actually, this even shouldn't be public, right? So I'm like, what's the point if I'm only using it like here? But I do use it sometimes. I do have some derefs. Maybe. Yeah, even here in the parser world. Why not make things public? I don't know, because they are only used in that specific module. Like they're not even... Like, I think since in Rust everything is private by default, I think the question is why make things public? Like I need to type more letters to make something public, right? Okay, what's wrong with this name? Expected string found string slice. I guess we can accept a string slice, right? Right? Wait, this has to be same as here. It's good for iterating design to try and keep things private. If everything except one function is private, you can change anything safely except that function. True. Although at the same point, if it's only your code base, right? Other people don't rely on it. Like it's not something that you share, like a crate, then it doesn't really matter. Because like if you break the interface, the public interface, then it's just not gonna compile on your side. There's always two people working on any project, you and past you. True. True, but you from the past is basically a different person. This is I do know this approach and I do think it's common, but I don't follow it, if I'm being honest. I'm more of like a whatever, I trust myself kind of guy. Because it's not even, when we were talking about like changes to the public interface, it's not us from the past, it's us from the future that we need to worry about, right? I don't know though. Okay, so this, does it compile? Let's ask real questions. Only real questions on this live stream. It does not. Because there is no more parser bundle. Okay, it seems to be compiling now. The collectibles are like the worst thing to test it on, actually, because they are not what I had in mind when implementing this feature, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, let's regenerate the Blender scene. Okay, this one is here because we registered it, and everything else is missing. Okay, and now what if we add like a collectible index, right? No, that's not gonna fly. No, there's no way. There's no way to do that, which I hate. Because I wanted to try and do something like this. Collectible, because this is a bundle is technically a tuple is technically also a bundle, right? And then just have like a collectible index here. But there is no way to do that because I cannot pass the value here. I cannot use a generic here, and I cannot define an enum here. Index like for an array? Yeah, like a number. So yeah, for now we're gonna just stick with the name, I guess, and this ugly conversion. Okay, let me try something else. Let me try adding this different feature that I wanted to experiment with. Which is basically, instead of getting the name, I want to get the portion of the string that precedes a dot, if the dot is present. What would be the way to do that? It's probably a split. But I'm only interested in the first part. Name split once. Or split first. You mean like you don't remember the exact name? Yeah, okay, because there is no split first. Yeah, it's split once, okay. And what do you give me? You want a delimiter, and then you give me an option of 2 strings. Suffix after the delimiter. What if the character is not present? Oh, it's none, okay. Can I give it a char, a character? Hold on. Let's do this, then do this, then do a little bit of mapping. Like this, and then this, okay. Here we go. You can give it any pattern. Yeah, I've noticed that it's generic. Or do you mean, what do you mean by pattern, uppercase pattern? Oh, it's a trait? Interesting. Okay, so now we can just go here and we can do a collectible instead of this, right? And now we can just do collectible field, collectible hook, collectible launch, collectible anchor. Okay, and they don't need these properties anymore. I like that because now we have an ability to like define the sort of base bundle for something. And then we still can add the rest as we see fit. No, that's just gonna be this. You can save even more letters by abbreviating collectible. Yeah, I mean, but is it worth it? Like, you mean it, in what way you mean it? Like, memory-wise, or? Okay, but here they are. Oh, this might be wild. What if you register marker components and for each dot, separation in the name? Add that marker component. So collectible orb 001 would insert collectible and orb markers. Yeah, this is wild. Just about wild enough to work, maybe. What if we just make a custom language? What if you know, it's gonna be something like collectible plus orb, right? And then in parentheses at the end, there's gonna be the actual name of the component. Hi, hello, welcome to the stream. This would be crazy. Make the engine for Astortion in Rust, the actual scripting in Lua. Don't tempt me. Yeah, having them dots separated is definitely an idea. One of the ideas of all time. I'm gonna have to think about this. I'm gonna sleep on it. At what point is it easier to rewrite how you're using Blender than to bend Blender to your will? It's a philosophical question. What do you mean rewrite how you're using Blender though? You mean like fork Blender and no, what do you mean by that? Because I am genuinely like trying to interfere with Blender as little as possible, right? And sort of use it the way it's intended. Like, look at this. We like use assets for like anchors and stuff, and then like override their properties. All the good stuff. We just parse the scene graph a little bit. Write your own editor in game, I mean. No. I'm personally waiting for Bevy to have its own editor, right? That's why I set it up this way, because then, you know, since we are parsing Blender to a world, like a Bevy world, once Bevy gets like an updated scene representation and the editor, we can just like convert the world into that and start using Bevy's editor from then on. Wait, this is not Astortion? It is. It is Astortion, like the title says. So we are currently working towards a little playtest that we'll be having with my patrons. Doing some things. Right now we've almost finished adding... Oh, we actually added collectibles, I guess. I already removed them from my to-do list. Just add mlua, you know you want to. I have no idea what that is, and I don't think I want to know. Why do you use a 3D software for a 2D game? Did the design change? Blender is not a 3D software. Look, it's in 2D. Like, what do you mean? I'm using Blender because it has a world-class support for splines, which the entire world of Astortion is built from. If you're asking why I'm not using something like LDTK, it's because the world is not based on a grid, and you know a lot of the things in it are meant to be curved and stuff like that. And I will be playing a lot with that, with like tilted levels and stuff. So it's not grid-based, which is why I'm not using any conventional grid-based editor to make the levels. Lua engine for Rust. Oh, that's interesting. So are you basically using Blender as a vector art program? Yes. because it supports exporting to GLTF. I was considering using something like Affinity Designer or Adobe Illustrator, but they don't really have any nice way of like exporting stuff aside from SVG, which is awful to work with in this context. Oh, I see. So you're probably using a custom format. I assumed Blender was mostly used for 3D assets. That is true. That's a valid assumption. But in this case, we are using. I mean, it's not a custom format. It's GLTF, which is like a standardized format. But yeah, we are exporting it to Bevy and use from there. And even in Bevy is also, you know, if you would like to be technical, a 3D engine, because all spatial information is represented by 3-dimensional vectors, right? It's just that if you make it's like Unity, right? If you make a 2D game, you're just not using the Z-axis, and that's it. Okay, guys, what time is it? Do I want to end the live stream? Because I kind of want to implement the fact that when we collect the collectibles, it opens the door, which is something that I wanted to do before this little tangent with refactoring all of that. It's almost 4 AM to me. Yeah, me too. But it is, I'm on a night cycle right now. I woke up like 6 hours ago. Yeah, so I guess that's the plan. I'm gonna take a little break, 6 minutes break. We're gonna try to finish the gate in an hour. Hopefully we're gonna manage to do that, and then we're gonna end the live stream. I think that's the best idea. You still sound awake. You still sound awake. Full steam ahead. Okay, so see you 6 minutes as always. Okay, I just realized that I'm kind of stuck here. Because the grocery store open in like 2 hours and I don't have anything to eat. So it's not like an end the live stream and go eat some dinner before then. Anyway, welcome back. Wait, he really made the stream overlays in motion canvas. Yes, I even found the project recently because I made them like a year ago and then I thought that I lost the source files and then I found them. So I'm probably gonna publish them on my repo. But it's not running in motion canvas in runtime, right? It's a pre-rendered thing. And the timer is actually a little OBS plugin that allows me to display this with just a matching font. Excuse me. Yeah, okay, going back to the stream. I found strawberry yogurt, however, and some bread. It sounds amazing. You're just making me hungry. Okay. So this should be pretty straightforward. Let's just get, let's just reuse this, I guess. Duplicate these two. Where do we want to put it? The gate. We're running out of space in this level. This level is so tiny. Okay, you know what? Let's get rid of this. Gonna move it here. Okay. Let's grab another one of those. Just make another platform here so we have some more space to do stuff. Right, a little anchor to get to the other side. Stay here, okay. This is also gonna be a vector. So this is gonna be the door, right? It's gonna be the door. Let's maybe get the terminal in here. And make it so that the terminal opens that. Okay, let's see what we are sending on. Okay, that's the wrong way. Switch direction. And move it here. That's still wrong. That's hold on, it's messing with my head. Switch direction again. Okay, now we go. No, here we go. That's what I was trying to say. Because this is toggled on, right? So we want it to be open when it's toggled on. Except now, instead of using this terminal as a toggle, what we can do, courtesy of our new bundle implementation, we can just make a new plain object, right? And we're gonna call it orb door. And that's it. Now we just need to take this gate and make it so that the trigger is the orb door. And that's all the setup we need in Blender. Isn't it more natural to explore in the right direction, not left? So, no. Here's like the map of Ori in the Blind Forest, for example. You start here and, you know, you explore in every single direction. Not in Metroidvanias, right? In fact, if I remember correctly, when I first played the game, I went to the left, just out of curiosity. I guess if you're really like a traditionalist, right? Then maybe. There is this whole like, people have this like whole theories, right? And like, I think like filmmaking, right? Where it's like, oh, if the characters are going for an adventure, they should be shown going to the right. If they return, they should go to the left and whatever. Who cares? Status quo. Nobody cares. But that's also, you know, it's important to, I think, emphasize, this is just a testing level. This is not for playtesting. I purposefully don't show the playtesting level on stream to not spoil it to people who are gonna playtest it. Right? So this is not important, is what I'm trying to say. I'm back, Dorb. Okay, so now if we wanted to make this work, we need a door orb. No, that's not door orb, that's orb door. I don't think if there's a... See, things like that, I feel like they should be just like grouped in one big module for a given scene. Because it doesn't really make sense that like, oh, it's a dedicated module, as if it's something that's gonna, you know, happen in the game on a regular basis. This sounds like a typical one-off logic for a specific level, right? But for now, let's make it a module. So now we need the orb door, and then we need... we don't need orb door store. We don't need this. We don't need this. We do need update orb door. And then our parser bundle for orb door. Yeah, that's perfect. This is not necessary. This is not necessary. Orb door index, that's also not necessary. Where is the collectible? We don't need this. Update orb door, okay, you can stay. Spawn orb door, not necessary. So we don't need commands. Okay, and now technically what we can do is just do this. Orb door, and then we're gonna need some trigger status. Because trigger status is the component that the platform and other elements are looking for to see if they should open, right? In case you need a refresher from the previous live stream. The door is gonna have a trigger component that points to another entity that has a trigger status component, and then depending on the value of that trigger status, this toggles on and off. So this will, because trigger status has a default, it's just gonna be nicely instantiated here, I'm pretty sure. There's probably something about how language is read affecting human psychology, but I doubt that lefts and rights matter in a Metroidvania because it's all about exploration. See, I always wondered about this because Mario was always going to the right, and it is a Japanese game, right? So like, I don't think we even have like actual proof of the direction of reading the written language affecting that. Unless they were so big brain to like immediately target the American market, maybe. Okay, we don't have the store here, but we do need the store as a resource. It's not called it's called Collectible store. It's not. I love how we're not even calling them orbs in here. Okay, we don't need any events, and then we just need a mutable trigger status with orb door as a mutable query. All of this is not necessary, and now all we need to do is just iterate over our immutable status in the query. Oh, no, never mind. We also need the reference to the... Oh no, we don't need the reference. Apologies. That's perfectly fine. So actually, we only want to do this if store is changed. Also, this is always messing with my non-native brain, because like it really feels to me like it should be like has changed, but it's like is changed. I guess it makes sense like grammatically speaking, but I don't know. You sure you're not overthinking it, and instead of basing from language, they base from math and use just a simple Cartesian XY? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? I use this as an example that it's probably not related to language. Hold on, let me sip a drink of my tea. Chimed in randomly into it, so didn't have a context. No worries. Sort of a common occurrence on live streams. Do we need commands? No, we don't. We don't need to mutate the store. Just if this is changed, we just want to update the status. I guess it's just gonna be store. Is there like a length? Do we have access to it? Yeah, it's public, okay. Store collectibles length. Is that a thing? Yeah. Greater than 3. Greater or equal to 4. and that's ether immutable. Trigger status cannot be dereferenced. Okay, is it not implementing? Yeah, it's not, I guess. Do you guys drink tea there? It's so rare here in Italy. Yeah, I drink way too much tea. I'm pretty sure my digestive system is suffering consequences of that. I can drink like 6 cups a day. Okay, so hold on. I don't know if we registered this plugin. I want this to be first time. If it works, it's gonna be awesome. All we need is this. I was just looking and dropping in and out. Love how you at least have better organization than me, XD. Can get past the wall of over planning and over engineering stuff when it comes to code. Yeah, what helps me a lot currently is just focusing on the playtest and like nothing else, right? So I'm trying to not think about the code in terms of what's gonna happen after the playtest. Just to, you know, make sure that I finish, I get to that point and I have something workable. And then I can worry about, you know, refactoring any mess that I have for future-proofing it. Same, I drink huge cups non-stop, basically. Hell yeah, brother. I approve this message. Okay. This system should now run. Okay, we can test this, I guess. Collectible store. Now we have 0, and if we go here and collect all of them, which we cannot do because I because I got rid of the anchor. Let's place them in a way that makes them easy to collect. Okay. There we go. It's that easy. There is something that I don't like, which is that at the beginning, the door is open. Right? Each time if I like resave this file, it starts opened. So I'd look into that because this may be a pain in the A later. I'm writing a program to compile Rust in HTML scripts, and I constantly need to remind myself of that. I need to make it properly work first, and then think about all the extra things I can implement. True, true. I keep telling myself it's a pathfinder, don't worry, make it work now, no planning. Yeah, it's definitely easy to get distracted with things like that. Because it's just so fun to do that. Like it's unreasonable how fun it is to just try optimizing things or like refactoring them. Okay, let's go to the platform because it's probably its fault. Right, when the platform starts, it has its own position, which defaults to 0. And this is where we search for trigger status, right? Unwrap or default. So this doesn't make sense. Oh no, it does. Look at this. This is all opposite, right? Because that's if the if statement is gonna be 0 if it's true. Okay, we want it to be closed by default, at least for now. Okay. Maybe it starts open because you flipped the path earlier. Yes, that was part of the reason. That's true. If it was the other way, and the trigger was inversed, then it would start closed. But now it should start closed when the trigger is 0. Or not. Oh wait, hold on, we need to fix the path now. So now we can fix it by going back here. And now, ooh, that's an issue. We're gonna have another thing to investigate, I guess. Yeah, but it works now. And if we save this, it starts closed and then never updates again, because the resource does not change, so it doesn't feel like updating, I guess. Let's see. Orb door. Do we really need change detection? Hold on. We don't use it here. I guess for now we can get rid of it. What we would have to do is we would also need to look at if the orb door component has been added. So otherwise it just doesn't bother updating them. Yeah, now it opens. I resave the file and it starts closed. Okay. Ideally it would start in the position that it should be. I don't think we can do that. Target position. Yeah, here's the thing, I think. If we can do this, if we can just check added platform, then we can like detect, oh, this was just been added. Can I do it like that? Is it valid? I don't think so. Okay, is it something that the reference itself will give me? because it is mutable, right? Platform is added. Perfect. Okay. So now we're just gonna do it here. If platform was added, or you know, the difference is within the threshold, we just want to stop the platform altogether. Rust really forces you to structure things in a specific way, and you always end up finding out about it when fixing. Oh, hold on, my game obscured the chat. When fixing it becomes a pain. I had to learn the hard way while making a hobby operating system kernel. Sounds like a nice project for Rust especially. Okay, so now it's closed. I save this file, it refreshes, and it's immediately closed. Now we make it open. We're gonna have to investigate this collision problem. Now it's open, and it doesn't start open. Well, that's a bummer. Oh, whatever. It's not like we're gonna be hot reloading the game with, you know, people playing it. So problem that's actually important is the fact that if I run through them really quick, okay, not now, but sometimes it misses the collision event, which is weird. Actually, is it weird? I don't think it's weird. Hold on. Event update system. What is this? What is this doing? Swaps the event buffers and clears the oldest event buffer. In general, this should be called once per frame update. Yeah, so here's the problem. The physics update is running in fixed loop, which runs multiple times per actual frame. So some of the events can be cleared before we get the chance to account for them in our normal update loop. Let's do it in fixed post update. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit difficult to test. Because it just, you know, happens sometimes. Yeah, no, but I think now it works. Yeah. No, that does nothing. Never mind. So that's the door done. feel like one little thing that we could do would be to display these orbs next to the door, the collected ones. Right, so generally, as we play the game, if we pick up one of the orbs, it would then appear here next to the door to sort of symbolize like, oh, you have one of the things necessary to open the door. Which also shouldn't be difficult. So just get this. It's called a collectible display, I guess. And we can add this here as well. I couldn't click on it because I shouldn't be using a mouse. That's the first and foremost thing that I would like to note. But I couldn't click on it because the 8 implementations would appear and it would make it go down. Okay. So this is gonna be collectible display. I guess we could make add parser bundle register the type automatically, so we don't have to like duplicate it here and here, right? It could do that technically. Okay, so this is update collectible. This is update collectible display. Can even display them on the door or their shadows if they aren't collected yet. I was thinking about the same thing, like, or make them just for now, just make the opacity, you know, something like 0.2. Yeah, but that's a really nice way of symbolizing, you know, what needs to be done to open the door. Spawn collectible display. It's gonna be pretty much the same thing. Just for now, but they don't need any of this. They don't need to hear any of this. They are highly trained professional. I have to go to bed, but great job today. Thank you very much. Have a great sleep. And thanks for tuning in. It's going to be a shared component. Not now though, not now. Oh, what have I done? I didn't copy this. Collectible display, update collectible display. Yeah, and I just changed the name of this. Actually, hold on, let me think about this. Collectible, update collectible, relies on collectible. And despawns the entity completely. So that logic will have to be separate. This, however, we can just do collectible, collectible display, and then collectible item for now. Bear with me. And then we're gonna just reuse all of the logic for generating the layouts, not layouts, sprite meshes. We can even add like has collectible item here. Okay, what is your issue? Oh, don't return this. Okay, so now we're gonna reuse the same collectible tag for both the display and the collectible items. And then if it's an item, we just add some additional collisions. And then here we're gonna query collectible item. Right, so this is the like collision checking. We only want to run this for a collectible item. Here we want to collectible display. We don't care about events. We care about the store. We don't care about commands. And aside from name, we probably gonna be mutating some things. Oh, not this. We want to change the opacity of the sprite. How would we do that? Sprite's color tint. Would alpha here work? Hopefully. If by tint they mean we just multiply the value by it, then it should work. So for name, hold on. Mutable reference to the sprite. For name, mutable sprite in query.iterator. Okay. Store collectibles has contains key name. And that's gonna be a new color from RGBA. Oh no, this one's gonna be 0, this is gonna be 1. And that's gonna be collected if collected. It's gonna be 1, otherwise it's gonna be 0.2. All of this is not necessary. We don't need to mutate the store. And this is ether mutable. No, not resort. What is it? Okay. Let's see. And there's the orb door, and where's the rest? What are you? Collectible display. Oh, it crashed the game. Hold on. Let's see. Unknown orb name. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work out as easy as we'd like it to. Is it like an inverse of split once, but like from the end? I don't think there is. Air split. That's not a thing. You lied to me. How dare you? Is it like on some different type, maybe? Strip suffix. Ooh. No, that's not what I want, because I don't know what the suffix is. That would just remove the suffix if I knew what it was, right? Else. Air split without a... Ooh. Splits the string on the last occurrence of the specified delimiter and returns prefix before delimiter and suffix after. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. Now that should work. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. It did not crash. Look at this. It's here with like a lower opacity. Look at it, it all makes sense. Yeah. Maybe the opacity could be a bit lower, but other than that. We can't even change that because it's being updated continuously. Okay, we picked it up. Oh, I'm silly because we're using the name as the hash. Nice, great job. Thank you. But we still need to make it work when collected. I'm thinking how to do that. Maybe we can just extract the suffix once and then not worry about it. Yeah, I mean, why not? Collectible index with this inside. And then this is just gonna be U32. I guess U size. Okay, can I get some cargo check? Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna figure out the index beforehand, I guess. Like this, and then or maybe even without this. It's good to just be this. Okay, and then if we contain the index, we don't care about it. This is just the index and then collectible index with index inside, just like this. Okay, anything else? No, I think that's it. So we're just using indexes, which I think it's not gonna be that big of a deal. Okay, it is collected now. Collectible store. Oh, now I'm gonna have to be checking which one is which. Anchor is 4. And it's no longer here. Okay. Perfect. I'm thinking about this though. Nice, great job too. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Last thing that I want to do today, I guess, is just look into this. Because it would be really fun if we could make it work during parsing. Make it an enum. I cannot because it's defined in Blender. I mean, I know what you mean. I could make this an enum. That's true. I could make this into an enum and then have some additional parsing for the index. That's true. That's doable. But regardless, we still need to parse the name into the enum. And make a macro for a from string function. Yeah, but this logic will still have to run here, regardless if it's parsed by a macro, right? Because here, okay, just throwing out ideas out there. The system is nice, simple, and elegant. What if we could expand on it? Okay, what if we define a new trait called parser bundle? I know we've had this before, but here's the idea. I usually make a macro rules taking an entire enum definition so it knows all enum members' names and can generate stuff automatically. Use Serday to deserialize the enum variant. That would be wild because we're not using Serday at any point in serialization of like the components. We only use it to like deserialize the extras. But parser bundle could have like a from name, right? That just returns self. And then we could implement parser bundle, implement it for any bundle that that implements the default trait. So we don't have to make any changes whatsoever. Right, and then from name would just return self default. And then now this trait by default is going to be implemented for everything. I'm guessing, by the way. I don't know if what I'm saying makes any sense. But I'm assuming that we can implement a more specific version of it for our bundle. And then that would be used instead. How are you finding the Bevy renderer pipeline? I love it. I haven't done anything with it in regards to Astortion, but I spent some time playing with it, and I love the whole concept of like extraction to a separate world and then having the rendering happen over there in parallel. I know that this is a really common pattern in like modern video games, right? I know that this is nothing new, nothing that Bevy, invented. Also, the way they implemented like the second level of abstraction there, right? Because like at the bottom you have web GPU, then higher you have the draw functions, and then on top of that you have all of the materials and stuff like that, right? The draw functions really remind me of the newer Unreal Engine implementation. The one they did this whole rewrite, I think, in like 4.23. And it kind of reminds me of that. So far you're right, sadly not. Rust doesn't have trait specialization yet. But if you provide a default implementation of from name, you can then override it selectively. Okay, but can I provide the default implementation only for an implementer that already implements a different trait? Because I'm relying on the default trait, right? Worst case scenario, we can just have another function, right? That takes a different generic parameter. No, it's just panic. What do we mean? Okay, you picked my interest. But I would have to do this, right? Wait, hold on, but can I not do this? Default. And then the default implementation will just be this. Would that give us what we want? I'm gonna try out Bevy for graphic stuff because right now I'm using Godot and the post-processing is kind of weird. Just for like demo scene type stuff where it is mostly meant to look cool. I see. I don't know much about Godot and how they handle rendering. Yes, but that will require every bundle to have default. Yeah, but it has to do that already, right? Because I don't have any other way to instantiate a bundle here. I'm really excited for all the rendering and art stuff for Astortion. Me too. Oh my god. Like, you have no clue. But this needs to wait. Then you're good to go. Okay, that's awesome. So this is now parser bundle, and so are you. Okay, so far so good. Sadly, it's not that simple. The trade Blender parser bundle is not implemented for collectible item. Personally, can't wait for small details like ponytail and ropes, maybe. My current thing that I'm most excited about is like turning the splines into actual meshes with like little tiny procedural decorations on them. And then vegetation, having like little grass also spawned using compute shaders. I already know. I have this in my head, but it needs to wait, unfortunately. Lighting and colors also gonna be crazy cool. I have another idea I have is for the palette system, which would be based on a lookup table in a form of a texture that samples colors based on the location in the world. That's also something that I really want to try out. So that if you go to a different area, the palette changes, but it's not hard-coded in the meshes and stuff like that, but it's rather like sampled from a texture. Okay, so it seems that it's not possible. What about if it was just... It has to be possible because they did that in Bevy somehow, right? Oh, it doesn't even work for Collectible. Am I defining the default implementation wrong or something? Oh, like how Minecraft grass changes depending on biome. Yeah, pretty much like that. But the lookup would be like manually painted, right? And not generated. You need the implementation block. You forgot the implementation. I did not forgot. I just didn't know that I needed it. So what do I have to do? Implement what? Implement the trait itself? Implement parser bundle. Oh yeah, okay, but I don't want to do that. I want it to default to this if it's not present. Oh, I see how it works. Of course it would work this way in Rust. Okay. So I would have to do parser bundle for collectible and then just not provide the function. Implement parser bundle for all bundle plus default. But from my understanding, I believe it was Zach who said this, or I'm not sure. It's not gonna be possible to like override it for a specific component. Hold on a second. Collectible item. Oh yeah, right. Okay. So it's not, I don't think it's a solvable problem then. Okay. Clearly, we need a derive macro. And then parser bundle would have a derive macro, and we would just use the derive macro if we don't want to implement it manually. I'm kidding, of course. But I guess this would be like the way to solve that, right? If that's what we wanted. Bundle and default. Bundle and default. Yeah, the derive macro is what you want, but it's hard. Yeah. No, definitely not worth it. Just wanted to see if we can... My hubris got the best of me. Just wanted to see if we can make it simpler, better. Okay, you know what would be cool though? If we could define a new schedule for this. Gonna add a parse bundles, just so that we can be sure that bundles run first before anything else. No, this is gonna be parse nodes, and this is gonna be parse bundles. And then if I can get some cargo check, yeah. Saver, it's gonna run parse bundles first. Okay. Okay, and then we can just steal this. Just insert the collectible index here. Oh yeah, actually we can turn this into an enum. Although I don't think I'm gonna implement a macro for this. Collectible type. From name. Okay. And we want to return this, right? Right, the default could be this. Actually, we don't need the default. Oh, wait, that's why. Okay, never mind. The return is not necessary here. I was just assigning it to a different value. What do you want from me? Oh. Okay, that's now a collectible type. Type is a Rust keyword. Crazy. Yeah, let's not use collectible type, because that's always a problem. Let's call it collectible variant. Macro is handy when you need to add a member, but also add a bunch of stuff with it, and you don't want to remember where to add it. My use case for it was a tab type enum, which also defines tab title button name. To open this tab, its ID implementation, if that implementation can be loaded from state, and optional configs. Yeah, so like definitely more complex than this use case, right? What's wrong with the collectible parser? Why is it not? Oh, okay. It's interesting. Commands entity. Collectible variant. Okay, why can we not reflect this? Oh, equal. Yeah, hash partial equal. Okay, that's fine. I will do reference, probably copy, right? Yeah. Clone copy. Okay. Again, this is a variant. That's already a reference. We want the variant in here as well, collectible variant. Okay. No, that's gonna be 4, 8, and 12. Then it's texture index. Yeah, it is. It's a texture atlas index. Okay, they're not here though. Oh wait, I need to save the Blender file to recreate the scene, and then we can see what's gonna happen. Is it gonna crash? No, okay. Orbador. Okay, they are here. Collectible item. Oh, there is no variant because we didn't register the type. Here they are. Here's the one thing. Now I'm gonna collect this one. And here we go. Okay. Bit of refactoring. Yeah, but this should work for future things. Hopefully. I'm really happy with this. Just being able to like map it to a bundle. Just put your register type inside the method, it's okay. Duplicate registration is a no-op. Yes, but you know what I'm thinking of? Excuse me. I'm losing my voice. It's been a bit too long. I'm thinking about the fact that in the future we will have to gate these behind a feature because we don't want them in the final product. But we do want the registrations, right? So I'm afraid these are necessary always. Also, this hash map is no longer being used. It's collectible variant. I guess we don't need to register it. Hold on, because the UI just works. Right, if I just inspect this collectible store. Yeah, okay. Yeah, gonna have a lot of fun with this in the playtest level. I think I can finish it now. I think I have everything to like actually have a finished thing. Right, I guess the checkpoints, but I can add this later. And it's also like nothing. Checkpoints would be so quick to do. Because we already have area triggers, so we just need to make an area trigger and a little system for it that saves the checkpoint. And that's it. Ooh, I could even use the origin of the spline to define the point. That would be really fun. Right, because when we have like an area trigger like this one, it has an origin here, right? I can move it to geometry, right? So then I could be like, oh, I want it to spawn the player here, but then the bounding volume for like, you know, activating this save point could be whatever, as long as the origin is here. That would be fun. Yeah, so that should be like 5 lines of code. Okay. 7 hours, what a day. A work day, I guess. Okay, we will be slowly finishing the live stream, I suppose. Also, I was going through previous live streams to like add the timestamps, and I noticed that like during the last two the last two live streams, I switched back to the stream break screen instead of stream ending, and it bothers me. But oh well. Okay, as always, I'm gonna see you 2 days from now, and by that I mean 48 hours. That's gonna be Thursday on my side. So, thank you all so much for tuning in. You know, good luck with your projects, and have a great day, night, evening. Good night or morning, yeah, exactly. Goodbye, everyone.